Hello, everybody. Welcome to our UFC 314 watch along here at MMA Junkie. I am your host, Gorgeous Georgia. With me, as always, is the infamous Goze. We're both the Junkie Radio co-hosts. We do this show Monday through Friday. Goze. I'm going old school. Monday and Thursday, twice a week here. Used to be Monday through Friday, and maybe that's why it just came out. But anyways, today is a watch along. We're going to be watching the next 9 fights with you, all of them together, including the 5 on the pay-per-view. We are jacked. I told Goze earlier today, man, this is as pumped as I've been for a pay-per-view in a while because it's deep, Goze. A lot of talent, a lot of ranked fighters.
Well, it's okay to go old school with the Monday through Friday because we did just celebrate our 18th anniversary. So it's okay to go back a little bit in time. But yeah, these fights, it's so weird. It's such it almost feels like when you watch the broadcast, you see Megan O'Leary, you see Xiaonan on the desk. Even their level of intensity is up from pay-per-view to pay-per-view is not always the same. This particular one, they seem to be more fired up. They keep using the word stacked, right, for this UFC, and they kind of spoil us, right? We get this type of card and it's stacked and we love it. And then there's a little bit of drop off maybe in the next pay-per-view. I think that's when we start to complain a little bit. But these are the moments that we all live for as fight fans. I mean, dude, this is can't get any better than this. Like the fights that we are about to cover would be on a lot of pay-per-views main cards.
I want to see ranked fighters fight. Basically is what it boils down to. The best in the biz. Let's match them up. That's what the UFC is all about. There is no politics. The best fight the best. And granted, things have, morphed over the years, evolved over the years. So we might not always get a 1 versus 2 or anything like that. But still, UFC fight cards deliver for the most part. It's hard for a UFC pay-per-view to suck. But when you shove this much talent down our throats, we'll take it. We got a proper title fight. Alexander Volkanovski against Diego Lopez for the UFC featherweight title. Undisputed, because let's not forget, Ilia Topuria has moved up. He vacated the title, so it's the vacant undisputed title. We got Michael Chandler versus Paddy Pimblett. Old guard versus new guard. We saw something like this goes with Benoit Saint-Denis and Dustin Poirier. Justin Gaethje and Rafael Fiziev. Not this last time, the first time, like 2 years ago, same thing. An older G gave the younger guy a chance to make his mark, right? Let's see what happens between Chandler and Paddy Pimblett. Then we got a little bit of hostility, man. Bryce Mitchell with the controversial comments that he put out a few months ago. I want to go fishing with Hitler. He might have been misunderstood, whatever. And John Silva said, I'll fight that guy. I don't even know John Silva's Jewish at all, or it just rubbed him wrong. But he was like, I'll fight that guy. And they've had some intense stare downs all week. Bryce Mitchell has kind of gone the way of the apology, and maybe I stand by some stuff. So who knows? This could be his platform. If he wins and grabs the mic, who knows what he'll have to say. Or, of course, he could get silenced, humbled, and get, shoved down the pecking order there as well. And, I mean, I could go on, man. Patricio Pitbull coming over from Bellator. Does he have any gas left in the tank? He's 37 years of age, and he's been in some wars, some 5-round fights. He's got Yair Rodriguez, Nikita Krylov, and Dominic Reyes round out the main card. Where do you even want to start? Your head might have exploded there as I went down the rundown of great fighters and great talent on this card.
It's starting to. And when you think about it, just within the guys that are fighting tonight, you have 2 guys that may fight later on, right? Like they might even fight in the parking lot. You never know with the way Lopez and Rodriguez are kind of going at each other. So not only is this card providing storylines for tonight, it's actually creating storylines for the future possibly. So a lot of cool stuff. I mean, Paddy Pimblett, if he gets a win, what do you do with him now? Michael Chandler, if he gets the win, well, he's back in the mix, right? Like there's so much to matchmaking when the guys have that little number at the end of their names that change the dynamic of what it is we're talking about on Monday.
And everyone made weight with the exception of one fighter. It was a prelim fighter, a young lady.
Yeah, first fight of the night.
Yeah, and that one's already over. And we'll go over the results here in just a second. But other than that, everyone made weight. Everyone looks healthy and ready to go. Let's not forget, man, sometimes we lose fights, on fight day. And so far, everything's all systems green.
And even if we do, old Dan Ige on the card. So maybe he'd be willing to step in.
In fact, he's going to be fighting pretty soon. So we're going to get to our first pick in just a sec. But Goze, I want you to let that marinate, right? Darren Elkins versus Julian Arosa. Get your pick ready. I think we always do well when you lead off. But let me go over some of the fights from the earlier portion of the prelims. They're called the early prelims. Right now, these are the featured prelims on ESPN. All right, big audience. So far tonight, Nora Cornole defeated Haley Cowan, submitted her in the second round. She was the young lady that missed weight. She missed weight by 1.5 pounds at 137.5 pounds. So Cornell has to give up 20% of her fight purse to Haley Cowan. Maybe that's will help her digest that loss. But Cornell goes home with a win bonus and her show money, but she will have to give up 20% to Cowan. Marco Tulio tooled Trajan Gore, took him out with in the second round. Sue Mujari defeated Mitch Raposo, split decision there. And Michael Olenechek defeated Cedric Dumas via TKO stoppage. Dumas, a Florida-based fighter, so that one had to hurt. I'm sure there was a lot of his fans were there. That kind of recaps the 4 fights on the prelims. Keep an eye on Tulio to see if maybe he takes home a bonus. We'll keep an eye on that as the fight progresses, but there's a lot of exciting fighters here, so those bonuses are going to be hard to come by. Darren Elkins, featherweight division, he steps up against Julian Arosa. 40-year-old Darren Elkins goes. This guy I was at our first 1,000 show junkie gathering that we had like in 2011. So we've been covering him not only leading up to that, but 14 years afterwards.
Yeah. No, very nice guy, good fighter, solid. The thing about him is you always know when he's involved in a fight, you're going to get an honest camp. It's a guy that doesn't really come in overweight or look like he doesn't belong. He's coming forward, man. But he is getting older, and he does have a lot of damage on him. A guy like Julian Arosa, you're going to have to catch him. You know, I think he's a smart fighter. I think he's going to have a good game plan. I'm going with him. He's at minus 275. He is the favorite. Darren Elkins comes back at plus 220. I wouldn't tell you you're crazy if you took Darren Elkins, but I just think Father Time is starting to catch up to Darren a little bit. And a guy like Julian might be able to exploit some of the things that Darren is going to try and do in this fight. So that's going to be my pick to start off the night. If I am wrong, then we switch over to George, and now he runs the ship.
Darren Elkins is 40 years old for sure, and he has this tattoo that he gets a hard time over. It says damage on it. Now, obviously, he means he likes to dole it out. I don't think he's going to be telling you anything like, well, what I had in mind is I take a lot of it. No, he can, and he's tough. I mean, if you can't put him away within that first round and a half, trust me, he gets stronger and stronger. He's like a zombie, but he is older now, and you can only do that for so long. So I agree with Goze. I think Julian Arosa is the right pick here. But, man, respect to Darren Elkins for how long he's been doing it. Still doing it. Like I said, we had a party after our 1,000 episode in 2011. That was 14 years ago. And Elkins was at the fight. Sorry, at the party. He had actually fought that night. So that even makes it more remarkable. He decided to hang with us to celebrate with a bunch of MMA junkies. But good luck to both guys. We see Arosa a lot at the gym here at Extreme Couture. So we always maybe homer a little bit for those guys. But still, may the best man win. I like them both.
Yeah, that night was kind of funny because he just casually walked into the room, didn't really like make it known that Darren Elkins was walking through or anything like that. Just kind of sat in the corner, had a beer, and was sipping that. But was really nice to everyone. Took pictures with everyone that wanted, and very, very cool cat. And he's very well coached. This team, they don't get enough praise. The stuff that Danny Castillo says in between rounds, depending on the combination of fighters that they have. Sometimes it's Uriah, sometimes it's Chris Holdsworth, but they all work well together and they seem to get the best out of their fighter. So like I said, you know that you're going to get a prepared Darren Elkins in the fight. It's just a matter of, will the body respond in the right way? He's a slower guy. He's going to be able to catch Julian Arosa. I don't know. When Arosa does connect, which it seems like a lot of people do connect on Darren Elkins, are you going to make it worth it? Because, we've seen Julian has ended fights in pretty brutal fashion, but he's also been finished in pretty brutal fashion too. So I think the line should be a lot closer than it is, and I think it just went up again. But I think Julian Arosa is a safe play.
So do I. I mean, if it makes it to the third round and Julian's tiring, then we might as well rip up the ticket, because that's where Darren Elkins seems to be the strongest, is when his back's to the wall and he needs to come back. But yeah, I like Arosa as well. Geez, in live betting is up to minus 410. I don't think the fight has already gone. Yeah.
How's that even possible? Who would take that bet?
Well, because it's off the regular grid, so now you can only do it by live betting. I'm still seeing introductions. 6'1" height for Julian Arosa, 5'10" for Darren Elkins. Arosa came in at 1 pound heavier at 146, and he has a 3.5 reach advantage at 74.5 inches, whereas Elkins has 71. Arosa's 35 and Elkins is 40. That was the tail of the tape. And so, Goze, we'll sync up here for the twice tonight. One will be right now, and then we'll be good for the next 2 hours, and then we'll do it again right before the pay-per-view. Sorry, folks, it's the streaming world. Him and I want to be aligned, and hopefully you guys kind of align with us. So, might cost a second or two here or there, but unless you're a heavy hitter in the live betting world, I don't think it's going to matter too much. I'm hearing introductions from Bruce Buffer right now. How about you?
I am as well. I think you're a couple seconds ahead of me, but we'll figure it out.
Okay. I wonder if Eric is also in Arosa's corner, because I know he's out there with Ige, but
I'm pretty sure he is. Let's see here, though. He should be. Thank you to everybody who tuned in earlier to the preview show with Farah Hanoun. Nolan King was her guest. They did an excellent job breaking down the fights. A really, really fun show. And again, thank you to everybody who reached out for our 18-year anniversary. We really appreciate that. A lot of very cool memories of doing the show, and we wouldn't be here without the support of people like you guys. So appreciate you guys tuning in all these years and tuning in tonight.
Yeah, it was actually yesterday. We hit our 18-year mark. So thank you very much again, everybody.
I wasn't able to tell if Nixick was there or not. Here we go for me.
Okay, give me a countdown on the clock, guys.
53, 52, 51.
All right, that's all I need.
Elkins must have slipped or something, because he got hit with a relatively soft jab, but it put him on his butt for a second. Back up. These fights, we don't really do too much play-by-play because most of the world has access to them. But occasionally we'll let you know what's going on in case for some reason you're at a wedding or something, which you shouldn't be. But yeah, Darren Elkins just got the takedown. Julian Arosa on his back. This is not where he wants to be. This is exactly where Darren Elkins wants to be.
Yep. All right, we're all synced up and ready to go here, and Julian Arosa is on top of Darren Elkins. No, sorry, that's Darren Elkins on top of Julian Arosa. That's not a good spot.
No, ooh, up kicks landing. Wow, he hit him pretty good.
Yeah, and now he's trying to get a triangle, softening up first, attacking the arm, pulling on the arm. Then he kicks him off.
He's still dazed, George. He won the first battle. It's been a minute and he's not bleeding yet. But I think he got dazed by those shots.
Exactly. And now Elkins has a single. Oh, he just ate an elbow to the head. Those aren't good.
Mm-hmm.
Man, let me tell you something, guys. I am huge into the sport, and of course, the big draw is the violence, right? The ass kicking. There's no other way to say it.
Yep, he's bleeding.
That's what happens here. We don't want to label it that way, but that's what it is. A lot of these fighters sometimes take it personal when you basically, recap a fight and talk about the mauling that they took or whatever. It's like a team when they lose 42-0 in football. What would you call it? An ass whooping, right? Well, that's what it is here, but it's way more personal in fighting. But here's what I wanted to get to. I see these elbows that Arosa's throwing at Elkins goes, and look, it's a tool. It's legal. This blood that's going to come out of Elkins' face pretty soon, all that's there. He knows it. They all know it. But damn, goes if it ain't sad what BJ Penn's going through. You know what I mean? From head trauma. Holy cow. Like that's the part where it's like, how can we keep what makes the sport so fun and exciting, which is obviously all these beautiful techniques that can lay you out in a split second, but at the same time, keep these fighters safe, man, so that when they're done fighting, they still can function as human beings.
I don't know particularly what's going on here, but Elkins still seems like a little jacked up or a little slow. The strikes that he's throwing have almost nothing on him. This is very odd, but I think Julian's sensing that. Like,
now Elkins is down, and now Beltran's going to take a look, I think, because he got up slow, but he did scramble enough to get out single, and he might actually be able to turn into it. 150 left here in round one.
Crucifix.
Yep. Arosa's got him in a crucifix. Elkins scrambles out. Elkins just looks like he's tired and damaged. You know what I mean? But he just looks like he's
just not there.
Oh, look at him. He isn't there. Man, he's a punching bag right now. And this isn't going to end pretty. He needs to at least get to the round and clear the cobwebs. But right now, he looks like he's still hurt and wobbled. Oh, that said, he landed a decent overhand right there.
Julian might be thinking bonus right now, the way Darren is moving.
Yeah, true.
Because I feel like if he just stands in the pocket, picks a good shot, probably finish this fight, I think he's looking to do something kind of devastating.
That little calf kick was nice for Arosa. Oh, a big knee by Arosa. Now he buzzes the chin a few times. Elkins does not look good. I think Beltran needs to get really, really close. And he's hammering away, but Elkins still has a hold of the leg. And I'm gonna chime in on this in a sec. Yeah, Elkins is done.
He's
the fight's over,
up, dude.
Okay, so you saw the way that fight ended. Goes, didn't it remind you of Drew Dober in Mexico?
A little bit,
right? And Drew Dober, to his credit, said two things. One, he said, "I have no problem with the stoppage. I want them to give me as much time as possible." So for all of us saying, "Oh my God, the poor fighter," that's the way he wanted it, right? He had no criticisms towards the ref. In fact, I think the ref was Beltran. All right. Two, what he said was, even though I had the single, you can tell where the single was in the lower leg, and you could just tell that that was more off of instinct rather than technique. I was done. And he said, you know, after a few shots, he was basically done. That was just him on instinct. So in a way, he kind of was out, meaning he wasn't disagreeing with fans that said, you know, hey, this thing should have been stopped earlier or whatever, but in no ways did he admonish referee Mike Beltran then. And this fight kind of reminded me of that. So I was watching it, and you could tell, see right here where he's going to grab that single, he's just grabbing onto something, Goze. He's not really actually higher up on the leg or anything. So I think Beltran definitely, again, gave him as much time as possible, but at the same time, I think got in there sooner than the Drew Dober fight. And you can see Eric Nixick was in that corner with Eddie Baracco. I couldn't tell who the third party was. So good way for the team to start tonight.
Look, man, if you're the UFC, I think you have to seriously think about not letting this guy fight again. Darren Elkins did not look very good at all in this fight. He looked very, very slow. And the damage that he was taking, for those of you who aren't watching, he looked like somebody that had taken some kind of a beating. And it wasn't even that bad to start with, but just the way he was staggering and trying to get his wits about, it almost looked like a drunken bar fight or something at times.
Yeah, and it looked like a drunken bar fight between a drunk and a talented mixed martial artist, just because that kick, I think, took him out of it from you know, from that point on. And I want to say another thing too. I think it was Elkins that got walked out by what looked like could be his son. Did you notice that for the weigh-ins? It was a young kid that walked out with him. Man, if that was, it was probably a cool moment at that time to get walked out for the weigh-ins and all that. But man, a night like this, I wonder what that kid's feeling in his stomach. Like that, oh man, you know, unless he's old enough to understand training and damage and this and that. You know, kids usually tend to cry when they see their parents involved in fisticuffs, whether it's at a Walmart, a gas station, a Jack in the Box parking lot, or here, you know, in this area. So hopefully that kid's all right, man.
I've seen kids cry when like John Cena loses or something. So I mean, I can't imagine if it's their own father, which is kind of like we saw a lot of that, right, with the countdown and all that, and the Pitbull and Chandler both had their kids with them. It's probably the coolest thing, man, to be able to walk to school and say, "Hey, man, that's my dad, and that's me up there on TV." But when things don't go your way, man, I've been at school before, and I know what that's like.
The complete opposite, yeah.
Yeah, I can get
it's the highs and lows of lows, and Pitbull has his kids there. Chandler has his kids there. Someone else I saw. Who else? I was gonna say something about someone else who might be in the same type of pickle there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, congrats to Juicy J, Julian Arosa. Tracy Cortez is there. Went a little heavy there with the cheek makeup. Andre Arlovsky's there. Could we have a UFC Hall of Fame induction possibly? I know he's from South Florida, so I definitely don't want to make it sound like it's Money in the Bank. And speaking of Money in the Bank, there's Moni Moicano and Cub Swanson, which might answer the question. Was Cub Swanson pop in on our watch long? They told me he was in Florida a few days ago. I forgot to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would be funny though if he did it from the crowd just for a second.
Yeah.
What's I going to tell you? Next pick, we should probably get in. This one is a little bit more trickier though. Okay, I believe the next one is going to be Jim Miller and Chase Hooper, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what world we're living in. Yes, I get that this is a Jim Miller that's probably on his way out. You never know when his last fight's going to be. But I don't know what world Chase Hooper could ever be minus 800 unless he's fighting me. You know what I mean? Like, he's a good fighter. I'm not saying he's not. But minus 800 against a guy with that much experience, a guy that has the cardio to go all 3 rounds if he needs to, is pretty tough to submit. Minus 800 is just too much for me to take that. So I'm actually going to go with the underdog. I'm going to go plus 550 on Jim Miller. I think it's going to be experience that gets him through this fight.
Okay. I'm going to take Jim Miller by submission or decision at plus 710 goes.
Let's see. Jim Miller by submission. I have that at plus 1,300.
Do you really?
Yeah, and then decision plus 1,400.
Yeah, see, I'm going to middle it and take them both by submission or decision. I'll tell you right now, it's going to be 25 to make 177.
George, you excited about? They just showed a little preview for The Ultimate Fighter. No, you're not the biggest Ultimate Fighter fan now, but
I'm not. And then these two coaches are going to get along, so we have no rivalry there. So unless the fighters,
not all the coaches
start beefing early, then I suppose Colby Covington's involved. Maybe something will happen. Who knows?
Michael Chiesa, right?
Yeah. But I'm done with it, man. Like, and that's not a sign of disrespect, I don't think. I mean, I might watch them all. Who knows, right? But on paper, I think I'm done with it. But, you know, like, I had 20 good seasons of The Simpsons. I don't need to be watching the 30th season or, you know, a lot of other popular shows that just at some point they ran its course for me.
You know, it's funny you say that because about 2 weeks ago, I was amazed at like whatever season they're at, The Simpsons. I'm like, because I remember when I was in 7th grade or 6th grade, one of those two, I remember trying to rush through some sort of project to be able to get to the TV on time for the preview of The Simpsons. And so with it still being around, I mean, I've always laughed my ass off watching it. So I gave it a shot. I gave it a shot, and I was like, all right, well, where are they at now? Are they still funny or whatever? It was still funny, believe it or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, I guess you're right. If I sit down and watch, I'm still entertained, but uh I don't make the time for it. It has to be by coincidence. I walk in the room, someone has it on. Oh, you sit down for 2-3 minutes. Okay, there's a good chance I'll plop my ass down and say and finish it out, right? Because it's not bad. It's just your interests are pulling you in another direction. The Lakers, or another series come this way, and you just compartmentalize, and the Simpsons kind of falls back, falls back, falls back.
Well,
Like, by the way, Sunday nights, 1923 on Paramount. Oh man, season 2, great, and the finale, one of the best ones ever.
well, you know what? I've always, I'm a big fan of that show too. What I have always wondered though was, you never watched South Park, right? But you're kind of like familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
What they do on their show is the kids actually grow. So like they're not just stuck in the same age, for 30 seasons. I've often wondered what the Simpsons would be like if they did something like that.
Not a bad idea, or a spin-off or something, right?
Something, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyway,
You know what I don't know is if what I saw was the 1923 series finale or 1923 season finale, because to me it looked like they could still go more with that gang around that time of year. But at the same time, I know that this was a spin-off from, I guess, 1883, and 1883 was a spin-off from Yellowstone. It all revolves around the Dutton family, so I guess this is what you call prequels. Hey, did we make our choice? Miller, right? Are we just gonna roll the dice?
So
Okay.
I took Miller plus by 50. You took Miller by decision and by submission.
Yeah. Oh, in fact, Max Holloway. I was gonna bring him up. Remember his kid? I think his name was Cash.
I'm not
Cash
sure.
Holloway or something like that. Man, when his dad was on fire, he would be around the octagon. It looked like he was having a blast. But
I was like, what? He's on fire.
when he lost, the poor kid was in tears, and he looked like a kid that had a good run of dad winning.
Yeah.
He took that first loss kind of hard, and since then he's had a couple. But let me see what his name is. I gotta look up a few these things. I don't know why they bother me, but Cub Swanson's name, or
Wait,
Cub
you
Swanson.
said Max Holloway.
Max Holloway's kid. Yeah, Max Holloway's kid's name. Rush. What did I say? Cash?
Yeah.
Yeah, his name's Rush. That's true. How old is this fool? 12. Okay. He was born in 2012, so he could even be 13. Nice. All right. And then the other thing I wanted to see was 1923. Where am I sending people to? A series that just ended, or could they have a season 3? It looks like, oh no, this is just a no, there hasn't been any formal announcement. I think they could do it, but at the same time, they could just move on. What they're doing is working their way to 1925. I think the series started in 2018, and it just finished this year, a few months ago, 2025. So I think they want to work their way up to to that point. But like I say, they're all kind of different subplots, different stories, and it's pretty cool. Why do they keep showing Max? Have they announced the fight and we didn't catch it, or are they?
Nah, they're just kind of breaking down Volkanovski and the things that he does. Shout out to the people in our chat. So I can't see the YouTube chat, so that's more of a George thing. I can see the Panda chat. That's more of a me thing. So shout out to the people in the Panda chat, and I'm sure George at some point will probably read some YouTube comments or people that are around.
You know how you just said the panda shat?
Yeah,
I didn't know shat was a word.
that's a
And
shit.
about
Isn't it?
this shit in past tense.
Yeah.
Some girl bet me at a happy hour once that shat was a word. I'm not the smartest cookie in the world, but I kind of know stuff. And it was a simple bet. It was just a dumb coffee. I decided it'd be funny to walk in on a Monday and have a coffee waiting for me. I looked that thing up, Goze, and she was right. I couldn't believe it. I had to go to a Starbucks before my shift, show up, gave it to her, and then she kind of took it almost like, yeah, get out of here now. Like not even like, the next time you want to bet, like nothing. Just thank you. I kind of knew it all along. You're a buffoon. So who knows? Maybe I said something else stupid at the happy hour. But anyway, yeah, shat is a word. Rush Holloway, thank you, Jaden Salads. I appreciate you.
Jaden Salads. I like that name.
Yeah, me too. Let's look at some of the names in the YouTube chat. I'll be watching that. By the way, whoever's in the YouTube chat, if you can start us off with likes, that thumbs up is the like button. If you can hit that, boom, 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 it just helps.
You know what?
And triggers the algorithm, and then we'll start getting more people to flow in because YouTube will go, hey, people are actually watching these two buffoons.
I never knew. I mean, obviously, I knew that it was important, but I never knew how important. So I was watching another show, and halfway through the show, the guy explained, he asked for likes and all that and comments, but he showed his like statistics, and he's like, this episode had, I don't know, 1 million people watching. However, of those million, 84% don't subscribe to the channel, which is heartbreaking because I want to hire staff and all that and people to help me make more of this content that you obviously liked because you stuck around till the end. I never realized that, like, how many people usually, if I like something, I'll like it. I don't subscribe to a whole lot, but definitely stuff I like.
I think it's the easiest thing in the world. I go on a lot of YouTube deep dives, and even if they say something that turns me off for, like, let's say 2 minutes, not turns me off, but let's just say I disagree, but I have a feeling I'll be back, or someone says, hey, dinner's ready, or we got to go. And so I can't finish it. I still remember to like it because I just figured someone put some work into it. It'll help them. And so as long as they're not saying kill all Hispanic men when you see them, then, for the most part, they're trying. They picked the subject and they're talking about it, and it's gutsy. So I'll always hit the like button. It doesn't hurt anyone. I don't think it hurts me. Like I don't have a LinkedIn, but if I did, I don't think it would say pros and cons. This guy's always hitting the like button. Like I don't see it being as a negative thing. So I just do it for everyone, regardless. It has to be really something that turned me off that makes me close the channel for me to not do it. Now, subscribe is a different thing. You got to earn that over time, because subscribe basically means they can actually shoot an email to you and say, this guy's up to something. He's live. Check it out. Or when you go on YouTube, you just have your subscriptions laid out, and you don't want to have too many of them. But it's not the end of the world to have too many of them anyway, because you just kind of go through runs. Sports runs, politics runs, music runs, whatever. And then, the algorithm kind of tells you what you've been watching. Like this week, I'm filled with MMA content on YouTube. And, during the week, earlier in the week, a lot of NBA stuff. I've been watching a lot of Lakers stuff behind the scenes, or any shows about the Lakers. And did you see they scored 140 points yesterday against the Houston Rockets?
I saw they had 80 at half, though. Doesn't shock me.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Mike Knoll is in the chat. First of all, I know that guy. So does Goze. Great guy.
Very good guy.
But two, he brought something up. One of my best memories was Darren Elkins and the comeback he had against Mirsad Bektik at the T-Mobile Arena. Holy cow. It was great. The crowd was loud, and it really had a gladiator type feel to it. Like the cheers that came in were just appreciative of how much both guys laid it out on the line. But yeah, Bektik was smoking them, and Elkins came back. I remember I bet Elkins. And so I thought my goose was cooked, but he came back and won, and I was pretty pumped up. I wasn't a media guy that day. I was just a fan in the audience.
Mhm.
At least
Yeah,
I
it was
think I
a
was.
crazy
Maybe I
moment.
was way up there. You know, they stick us up there. Maybe I felt like a fan because we were so high up. But I know I was in there, and I'm pretty sure I was a fan that day.
T-Mobile's is pretty bad. That one you're way up at. It's comfortable because there's plenty of room and there's outlets to charge, all that type of stuff. But you are really, really high up there, almost to the point where you're squinting just looking at the jumbotron. So you can imagine what it's like looking into the cage. But some of these new arenas are just so high tech and so big now.
Yeah. Ray Williams, is that Raymundo Williams goes from Maryland, I believe?
I believe so. It should be. I mean,
He says, "What's up, boys? Finally on YouTube. Here's to 18 more years. Thank you very much for that kind message." Spider Moose says, "What up, junkies?" Spider Moose also says,
I've heard of Spider Moose before.
Economy football safer. Okay. BJ appears to be going through a narcotic induced psychosis, not CTE. I mean, I'm not
I
going to
think
argue it. He might be right, but I think a lot of this stems from brain trauma, honestly.
I honestly I agree with him, but I think one kind of plays with the other. You know, it acerbates what's already there. And you know, he took some shots, man. Like, I don't like to put names out there, but just think about it. We've been doing this show for 18 years, but we've been covering the sport for longer. And a lot of these guys don't sound the same, man. They really don't. It's a shame.
Yep.
Jim Miller still doing it.
Yeah, here we go. This thing's about to start. Yeah, minus 800. Come on.
Jim's got Tiger King in his corner. Who's that?
I think if Chase Hooper was fighting Barney Miller, he shouldn't be minus 800. He just hasn't proven to us that he goes out and gives thumpings like that. He's younger, and there's a big stat that supports age difference for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And Miller did get teed up pretty good by King Green not too long ago, but he's also bounced back with wins since then.
Well, remember, minus 800, for those of you who are fans of other sports, let's just say football. That's the equivalent of what? Like somebody saying another team's going to win 30-0, something like that, maybe?
Probably, yeah.
5-0.
Look at Miller. Answers with a nice 1-2, although Hooper made a nice attempt at kicking him in the head. These guys are throwing some heat for sure. Here's the thing. If Hooper were to smoke Miller, I think everyone's going to go, well, you see, I told you. But I'm telling you, Miller in his last few fights, he's still winning.
Mm-hmm.
No one could sense this was coming. No one can actually say, I knew it. You didn't know it, because it's not like he's lost 8 in a row and then gets smoked. He's been winning. So if he gets smoked, he might have just got smoked.
One of my favorite memories of doing our show involves Jim Miller at Mandalay Bay asking us how we do the show. And I told him it's easy, man. We can just go to the studio when we want. We can do it. Oh, he's going for a guillotine here.
Yeah, Miller does have him on a guillotine.
We just fire up the cameras and we're ready to go. And he didn't believe me.
So far, they've scrambled, and Miller is on top with 3:35 left.
Nice,
and
sweep.
he just stuck Hooper really good, but Hooper's now attacking his arm. Miller's out of it. Miller's now trying to work some ground and pound.
When he went after that arm, though, that's where you feel like a lot of fighters may succumb to something, whether it's going to be a triangle or a straight arm bar. That's what I mean by with Jim Miller. He has so much experience. He's so well versed in this that to make him to make Hooper a minus 800 just doesn't make sense. He doesn't have those advantages over Jim Miller. I'm not saying he can't submit him. It's just going to be a lot harder.
I think Miller needs to also not blow his gas tank. I need him to bank the round, because if he's not going to submit him, then I at least need him to bank the round. He just went for another guillotine, and he's putting all he can into it. So I remember that's a lot of squeezing. He's not going to get it.
He's too high up on his head, yeah.
And so now that position's been given up, and there's half a round left. So if I'm not going to win by submission, then I need him to get some riding time in with some ground and pound, bank the round, and then of the next 2 rounds, all I need him to do is win one of them, at least on 2 judges' scorecards.
This is not good though.
Nope, it's not. Because Hooper's taking his back, and now he's. Oh, I was gonna say, he looked like he might get under the chin. Now he's got Miller's back, but they're standing. Miller's got wrist control there. He's fighting one hand with 2 hands, while Hooper still rides him.
Real MMA fans
turn
into R2D2 here, like this. We're all watching like this right now.
Now that can tire you from squeezing your legs, from being on top, but it also tires the guy that's carrying your weight. I think eventually Hooper's going to let this go. There's 140 left here in round 1. He's still on top of Jim Miller. He's got his back. He's got a body triangle on him. And Miller's trying to swing him off. He almost did it a second ago. Hooper's still hanging in there. 125 left here in round 1. Hooper's a younger cat. He could probably do this longer than if the roles were reversed. Now Hooper's trying to get under that chin. I don't think he's got it though. No, Miller fights that off. He's still on top of him with 105. Oh, looks like Miller might get out now. Hooper's still hanging in there. Now he's going to thread the arm with an arm bar. And Miller's out of it. Now Miller's within the confines of Hooper's guard. But Hooper's still trying to attack an arm. Going back and forth between a triangle. Not much of a triangle because he hasn't really closed his legs, but he's throwing his legs up and trying to isolate an arm. Now, Miller's on top with 30 seconds left. And Hooper again throws his legs up. I don't think he can get the arm. Oh, Miller recognizes it and gets out. Miller's now in side control. See, Hooper's long and wiry, so it's hard for Miller to really clear the legs and get good positioning wherever he's at because Miller's just, like I say, he's pretty quick.
That's what all the hardcores wanted to see, though. Them hit the ground. I actually think Jim would be better off standing, just standing with him. Look at Jim's left eye, George.
This fight card does, well, judging in general is all about damage, and Miller did land a few shots, but Hooper controlled a lot there in the last half of the round where it looked like between him almost getting under the chin and riding him, you know, he might have won back some of the round, and who knows if the judges still remember some of the punches that Miller landed. I don't know. I'm trying not to homer. You know, obviously I got a bet on Miller. We've covered Miller. We've chosen Miller to win, but I think that's a Hooper round. I think they're eventually going to give that to Hooper.
It should be, yeah. But it's a round that you feel like Jim gave away.
Ray Williams says, if the guys say, quote, Adolf Hitman was a good dude, don't give that one a thumbs up. Did I say Adolf Hitman or Adolf Hitler?
I think he's saying that for a reason. I'll explain here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. Thank you, Ray. No, you're right. Adolf Hitman. There's certain words that you're not supposed to say them. I hear other YouTubers say that. Demonetization. And that's why they'll say, so-and-so allegedly raped her. Grape. Man, I don't give ish. I hear that one a lot too. So yeah, I'm with you, Ray. I don't think any of us would. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. They started round 2 and they're about 20 seconds in, 25. Hooper throwing kicks, trying to knock off Miller's dome. Miller, though, still plodding forward. Oh, there was a Tim Miller round there by Aaron Bronstetter by a slim margin. Okay. Well, he just needs 2 of those. Spinning back fist there by Chase Hooper. Hooper now goes in for a double leg, and he picks up Miller and puts him down. Good on him.
But
Miller's
see,
attacking one of his arms. Go ahead, Goze.
he got him down because Miller tried to take advantage of it and go for the Kimura, which is what happened earlier, where he said, "All right, I'll let you take me down. I'm going to try the guillotine." That didn't work for him in round one, and I don't think he should have attempted to do it in round two, because here we are again. Now he's in a bad position where Hooper has his back. He's getting his hooks in, and all because Jim took that risk.
Yeah, he's got his back now with one hook, and now he gets the second hook in. And now Miller is starting to get back to his feet. Well, that was quick. Hopefully he didn't expose his neck. I can't tell because they're up against the cage. But Hooper, once again, riding him with a body triangle. Miller got out of it once. He'll probably get out of it again, but we'll see. Now you got it's technique and cardio and so many things, that come into play here.
We obviously can't listen with the volume on because then we would be broadcasting it for you guys. But I'm curious if the fans are digging this, because this is good jujitsu here, back and forth.
And aside from that, I think Miller's just earned it. People are Miller fans. So, yeah, it's not a slobber knocker. There's not punches flying, but it's intriguing because it's close. Hooper just dragged down Miller, and he's in side control. And there's 2:30 left as of right now. So he's got half a round to work with here. If Aaron Bronstedter's right and it's 1-0 Miller, this is an excellent chance for him to tie up this fight going into round 3 if he gets out of this round. Again, Hooper in a good position here. Maybe he's looking to mount right here again. Miller's still on the ground, trying to figure out what his way out of this is. And he turns into Hooper, and he gets on his feet. Very nice work by Jim Miller. Now he's attacking the neck again. No, sorry. Those are underhooks. And Hooper tries to get him down, and he does. Miller on his ass, gets his back up against the wall really, really quick with 1:47 left in round 2. Miller looks like he's catching his breath, some blood on the bridge of his nose, it looks like. He gets back to his feet. Miller tries to drag him down. He's unsuccessful. The second time he does, and now he's on top of Miller. He's not in the guard, but yet he's not in side control yet, but he's getting there. He's closer to the side control than anything. Okay, now he's getting hooks in. He wants to take his back. Miller's got 2 hands on Chase Hooper's right hand. So he's trying to control him there. And let's see if Miller can figure out a way to turn into him. But he is getting back to his feet. However, Hooper's still retaining that position from the back. Looks like you might drag him down again. Well, if somebody's not invested in Jim Miller or Chase Hooper, they could start to think this fight is boring. And as I start saying that, Goes, you can hear the boo birds out there. Now, Hooper is threatening a leg lock here. So we'll see what happens with this.
It's hard to tell who's who right now.
Yeah. 35 seconds left here in round 2. Looks like
that's
we're
not comfortable, by the way,
or something like that, huh?
Yeah, it sucks, that position. If you look at Jim Miller's leg, it's the equivalent of if you've ever put like a figure 4 on somebody, like what Ric Flair does. That pain, that's what he's going through right now.
And there's 15 seconds left here in round 2. It looks like Jim Miller's going to be okay. Looks like Hooper's giving him a foot massage on one of his legs. He's not causing him pain, at least not at this moment. Referee Kerry Hatley calls for the end of round 2 here. So let's say it could be 1-1 or possibly 2-0 Hooper.
I think it should be 2-0. I understand how somebody could see giving round 1 to Jim Miller because he was landing better shots, but I don't think there was enough of it compared to the time Hooper had control of the fight and the submission attempts. And I think it's probably 2-0. Could be 1-1. But what Jim needs to stop doing is just allowing the fight to go to the ground. He wasn't doing bad. To start the fight, he landed good shots on the feet. Should continue doing that.
What is Spider Moose saying in the chat? fixed fights, cartoon scripts. Perhaps he has that narcotics thing he was talking about, delusions or something. I see Spider Moose, I think, every week on Mondays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We do the Spinning Backclick show. I think I've seen Spider Moose in there.
It's a name that's hard to forget. Both guys landed good shots here on the feet.
We need Miller to take him down and just ride him out, you know?
Yeah.
But even that's playing with fire because we don't know that Miller took round 1. We do know that Hooper took round 2. But it doesn't look like a minus 800 is fighting a plus 500, right?
Not at all. And it begs the question, should this fight not go Jim Miller's way? Is it the type of fight that says you have to end your career? Kind of like what we were saying about Elkins' last fight, right? I don't think it's that just yet.
Well, the last time we spoke to Jim Miller, he is saying, man, my body's just not the same. It hurts on certain mornings.
Mm-hmm.
But here he is. He's not getting, embarrassed by any means. Although let's see what happens in this round. It could be horrible. Maybe we change our minds collectively. Hooper got him down fairly quickly, and he's been controlling him, but Miller has techniques where he can reverse positions pretty quick. Let's see if he can manage to do that. The crowd's booing again. Legs are intertwined. Aside from him attacking the back, the legs are intertwined.
They're back in that same position again?
Yeah.
I want to see these guys play Twister afterwards.
It just looked like Jim Miller grimaced pretty hard. And he's so tough. I don't know if he would give up.
If Chase rolls, that knee can very easily pop. And that's what Jim is defending right now. I think he's getting a kick out of what's going on, too. It's crazy. These guys are nuts.
Is that the banana split?
It looks like it. Or the makings of it. Who was it?
Joseph Benavidez almost got caught by, I think, Tim Elliott in one of those.
Yeah. Somebody got a twister last night. Was it Hadley?
Jake Hadley, yeah. Former UFC flyweight, now competing in the PFL's bantamweight division. He got the win, and he got a Scottish twister on him. They're still on the floor, folks, with 150 left. And Hooper's now on top of Miller, and it looks like the leg lock is out of play. He's inside of his guard. He's just riding him right now, maybe collecting himself. They have fought for over 13 minutes. They're at 130 left here in round 3. He's in half guard, to be exact. And now as he's setting up a possible arm triangle, he's got one arm trapped. But he'd have to hop on the other side where the fence is at, and that might help Jim Miller right now. Go ahead, Goze.
Think about how crazy the early days of the sport was. That right now, if this were that, Jim Miller would have to worry about headbutts. Like, can you imagine, dude? Like Mark Coleman, what he used to do, Todd Medina, headbutts like that landing on you. Jesus, dude, on top of everything else you got to worry about.
I know, man. Boy, we have 35 seconds left. And remember, I said Hooper clearly won round 2. And he's going to clearly win round 3 if this stays the way it is. I don't even think I've seen the possibility of a 10-8, but he's been on top. So Doesn't look good for Miller or Miller bets. Less than 10 seconds left here. This is going to be it. There won't be a stoppage. I don't know, Goze. Miller will have to be honest with himself, and then we'll see if the matchmakers decide to give him another match. He did look old, and
A little bit.
probably makes good money. But Miller does, and well, I was going to say he's not high maintenance, but he has been popping off a little bit about finger pokes. But, come on, the guy's paid his dues. Let him say what he wants. Certainly, people are saying much worse nowadays. But I don't know. I hear sometimes Dana White say, fill in the blank has a home here as long as they want to fight. And if that's the case, Jim Miller might fit that bill. I know he said it about Michael Chandler once. He said, as long as he wants to fight here, he's more than welcome. And I think Miller might get that type of a pass. I mean, this was bad, but it wasn't as bad as someone like the Ferguson ones we saw lately or the BJ Penns that we saw lately. Remember, Miller is riding a win streak going into today.
There's certain dudes that have been in it so long that their paychecks, like they showed Arlovsky, right? I mean, you got to imagine towards the end, Arlovsky's cashing minimum like a 200 grand check, right? Every fight or something
Probably
like
more.
that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. If you look at the age discrepancy between the two, like it doesn't get that much bigger than what you have there. If those two guys walked out of the movies right now and people saw them, would probably go, oh man, did you and your son like the movie? Like that's what they look like, right? So yeah, Jim maybe looked like he was slowing. I just think he had a bad strategy, honestly.
He's 41 years old. He'll be 42 in August. Okay, so there's 130.27 and 229.28. So that means Miller did win round one. And Chase Hooper came back and won. And Chase Hooper didn't look like he wanted to stand at all. He just wanted to grapple.
What do you think, George? You think Jim has another one in him?
Well, he's got some goals, right? Miller has 38 wins. I know he wanted to hit 40, but he's also got in the UFC, I believe, 45 fights or 46, and he wanted to get to 50. That might be tough. 4 more fights, but 2 more, and those 2 wins would have been nice if he would have got one today. Then he'd only have 1 more to go. But Goze, I'm telling you, that interview we did with him less than a month ago, about 3 weeks, he expressed that, his body's, it hurts on some mornings after some certain workouts. Like he didn't paint it in any way like, oh, I'm good, I got this. He was pretty honest.
Yeah.
And I guess the whole time I've been saying a win streak. He's won 3 of his last 4. He only had one in a row. He submitted Damon Jackson after losing to King Green. But before that, he won 2 in a row. And then before that, he lost to Alexander Hernandez. And before that, he won 3 in a row. So he was 6-2 going into this fight. If you want to keep it on the positive side of things. But here's the thing, Goze. Now, this is going to sound mean, and I don't intend it to be disrespectful to either guy. But if you can't beat Chase Hooper, then what are you doing at this point? Like, you're definitely not in contention for a title. And, like, Hooper's not even top 15. And if you're not doing it there, then what are you doing? I guess you're just maybe putting people over, right?
Possibly, yeah. I got some heavy hitters out here in Florida. By the way, shout out here in the chat. Mark Fellows, Chili Billy, Alambrix says hi, Goze and George. By the way, those of you who are on YouTube, if you're on YouTube now and you're watching it via YouTube, Alambrix Gaming, he has another channel where he does remixes of video games. It's so good. I just saw somebody in the chat room say they have that on their workout playlist, and I was just listening to the Punch Out remix that he does. Really, really cool. Check that channel out for sure. And shout out to the crew in Xochimilco.
What the hell does that mean? What's that mean?
That's where Laura's from, Xochimilco.
Xochimilco?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
okay.
just meet her or what?
No, but it sounded Japanese.
Oh.
So that's why I was like, oh, okay. I thought you were done with Alambrics. And shout out to Xochimilco. Like they're all watching from just outside of Tokyo or something. I knew she was from Mexico City, but I didn't know what suburb exactly. We can get back to that in just a second, Goze, but what's the next fight? Let's make that pick, and then we can get back to some jibber jabber, making some bets.
Next up we have Xiaonan and Verna Jandiroba. It's on you now.
What are the odds?
Jandiroba is minus 140. She's the favorite. Xiaonan comes back at plus 115.
Boy, I actually like Xiaonan, Goze.
I like that too.
Yeah, and I like Verna Jandiroba. We had never had her on before, and she came on and she was cool. She was laughing, didn't take herself too seriously. Just a very pleasant person. I remember even saying, you know what, I'm going to root for her going forward. And of course, here I am not going to do that. But Xiaonan, like, man, you go 25 minutes with the champ. There's something about you, right?
Yeah.
See, King Green is another one. Ferguson, King Green, Jim Miller, the old guard. You know, there's some old guard that's hanging in there on a different level, like a Chandler, Poirier, Gagey, and then there's an old guard like these guys that they haven't had as much success. And you know, at some point you have to move on from them because they're gonna keep accepting the paychecks.
Mm-hmm. Do you miss the old Paddy Pimblett He-Man haircut?
Well, I'll tell you, any mop I've ever seen him with, I definitely could not see me in. So I don't miss none of it.
Right now they're showing Michael Chandler and Paddy Pimblett building up that fight. John Ennick's talking to Paddy Pimblett.
I'm checking with the sharps to see. I know one likes Xiaonan. Why does he keep saying that? I'm a scouser. We don't get knocked out. Didn't Darren Till get walloped by Jorge Masvidal?
Yeah, he's setting himself up for a world of people making fun of him, isn't he?
Yeah, and I imagine
it's going to happen
Till
now.
And Paddy Pimblett have probably knocked out some scousers, unless he means professional fighting scousers. But again, I just provided the Darren Till one that I remember was that one. He's all about Liverpool too.
Unfortunately. In our chat room, Billy had asked if we had been to the new Cactus Mexican buffet in Henderson. I had never heard of that. I started to type cactus and I got maybe CA before it popped up like everywhere. Looks good. Might have to do that, Billy. Thank you.
So what's it called?
Cactus Mexican Buffet. They're closing down a lot of the buffets here in Las Vegas at the major hotels. I think now there were only like 8 in business, and now I think it's down to 6 or something like that.
All this because of COVID, right?
Yeah.
And well, that's been it. That's been over for a while. What's the deal? What's the problem? Who doesn't love a good buffet?
I don't know. I guess they just figured out they could make more money the other way.
Well, I heard one thing that was interesting. Okay. The Strat has 3-2 poker. So on $100, if you get a blackjack, you're supposed to get 150. That's what we grew up on. Now it's 120, 6-5. And a lot of the strip hotels have adopted that. I think by law, you have to have a table that pays 3-2, and a lot of them will hide it in their higher level gaming. Or they'll just have one table off to the side. Then the roulette wheel in Europe, it's 1-0. In Vegas, it's 2 zeros. And lately, Vegas has added the 3 zeros. Well,
what? There's a 3-0 now?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
The strat is not only do they not have 3 zeros, they got 1-0. So 3-2 gaming and 1-0. And a great Chinese restaurant. Okay. Oh, and some wicked games way at the top. Then I think the Palms and the Rio, they're also playing games or playing ball. And they got 3-2 blackjack. And I don't know if they got the 1-0. So I think some places are going to try and make a little bit of a comeback. Let's not forget parking is something that in the last 10 years has come along. I want to say 5, maybe closer to 7. Parking was always free, and now it costs money. Now there's ways to get out of it. You can get the MGM credit card, no annual fee, so it's kind of free. That's one way. And then you got the Harrah's and Caesars hotels. I'm pretty sure you can get it that way. Some places is 3 hours free for locals. Others is 24 hours free for locals. I've been at the Durango station lately, and that's free parking. But
so much easier that way.
They'll see that there's going to be ways that get you in the door. I don't want to be haggling over parking. I want to park the car, lock it, and walk in and start doing something, eating, gambling, drinking, something. When I got to go and get this card and make sure I have it and pay before I exit, and man, I'm just kind of really not into that. And, everything's very, very corporate nowadays. But I always thought the buffet was just something pretty unique to Vegas. And this said goes, I know I got a big belly and everything, but I haven't been to a buffet in a long time that I remember. But it kind of was a big deal. It was like a family thing for people to do, for guys to do. Just go smash, waffles, make me an eight egg omelet, whatever. Sit down, eat, and then start your day. Look, sometimes I think the buffet made money. I mean, sure, you have a few people that go in there with 6 stomachs and just put a number on them, right? But there's also people that wind up paying $40 and they just keep to their one plate and that's it.
There's always that joker eating an apple and oatmeal or something. And just what are you doing here?
Yes, exactly. And then the other day I was paying $5.95 for Cokes. I'm like, whoa, you guys aren't even blushing nowadays. I forget what restaurant it was, but yeah, dude, $5.95 for a Coke. Cokes used to be $1.95.
Something like that. By the way, that channel is Brix64, Brix 64. Go there and check out the video game remixes, but primarily check out the Punch Out one, which if you look at my background, it's Mike Tyson's Punch Out. It's dope, man. I love that one. In fact, I got it in my head right now.
It's called Brix?
Yeah, Brix 64. Really, really cool.
Art at MMA says Hooper was fighting his granddad and he was still struggling. Spider Moose says Coleman was a monster. I agree.
The first guy, I forgot what name he said, but Art he makes a good point. MMA. Yeah, Art makes a good point because that type of matchup for Chase Hooper, he doesn't just need to win that fight. He needs to get a finish. He needs to look like a dude that's taking the next step. He's been kind of locked in the same position for a while now where he's just, is he going to be good? Is he not? He's kind of a specialist. He didn't take that jump, so I totally agree with that. What was the next comment? The next comment I think was good too.
Coleman was fighting his granddad?
No, that was part of the first one. Coleman is a beast, I think is what he said. Yeah, back in the day, dude, that dude was pretty damn tough, man, especially on top in the UFC.
I didn't get in on time, so I got to see if I can go in through live betting. But usually, if you're betting the dog, it benefits you. Okay, no problem. I'm in. Beltran staying busy here in these first few fights.
Yeah, he has.
Is it just Vanessa Hansen and Red De La Cruz?
So far, those are the ones I've seen.
Here we go. Verna Jandiroba fighting out of the blue corner with green shorts, trunks, and Xiaonan out of the red corner, and she's got red tights.
Man, these girls are bouncing everywhere. A lot of energy.
Yeah.
Oof.
First half minute has been pretty active.
This is that Cruz second fight tonight.
Ooh, nice kick
Danny
there by-
Castillo, Uriah Faber, Chris Holdsworth. There in the corner of Xiaonan.
Damn.
Oof.
Nice side kick to the face by Xiaonan. Verna Jandiroba just laughed it off.
Panda ain't playing tonight.
What did you think of PFL last night?
I thought it was interesting. How about you?
Yeah.
The fact that
I feel bad that so many of their fights fell apart, including the main event. But poor Higo, he thought he was fighting Josh Reddinghouse. Next thing you know, he's losing. He's out.
well, there were 2 or 3 of those where
Tyler
the person coming in actually got the win. So it was like you can't really count people out here.
I think the PFL really would have liked to have Tyler Santos there. I know she lost in her last fight against Dakota Ditcheva, but still, she's a former UFC title challenger, and one of the pillars you're building there at flyweight. And then all of a sudden she's out. PFL doesn't have this type of depth. And speaking of the PFL, this might not be a good idea, what I'm about to say, because I'm really trying to get Don Davis to be on our show. We've had Peter Murray, their CEO, and I think the other guy's the COO or the something. But he's very vocal on Twitter. And when GFL kind of had their, news drop a few days ago that their fight card in LA was not going to happen and that they were having problems with investors, and people are even going so far as to say this thing might just fall apart altogether and never happen. PFL was kind of there, and I think Cage Warriors and Combate and a few others have kind of been chiming in. Now, I don't know every single word of what's been said, and maybe GFL had it coming to them. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, Don Davis, bro, like, you got to get your house in order. You got guys from your team that are complaining. And that's what I'd like to ask him about. Like, address this. Let's just pick one. Corey Anderson, Patrick Mix, Johnny, like, they're not in the world tournament. Why haven't you announced the fight? We're already in April. Even if you were announced a fight, you start announcing fights for June and July right about now. Why have we not heard that? And why isn't there better communication? Because if the fighter had heard it, they wouldn't be bitching on social media.
Yeah. Why is Aaron Pico getting interviewed on a UFC mic? Like, now he's a UFC fighter. That's a dude that I would have fought everything to protect a guy like that.
Yeah. So if you think it's because you can't afford, maybe, rumors are that Bellator paid good money to some of these fighters and it's just not on your budget. Okay, I get it. But then why did you purchase it? I don't see too many things that have paid off since the Bellator merger. In fact, the only time Bellator has really been prominent is when they went like 4-1 against the PFL champs, which wasn't a good look for the PFL.
Mm-hmm.
But so anyway, what I mean is, okay, things aren't going well, and maybe he's got his reasons, but like now he's popping off over here, and so that causes more of a spotlight. Ariel Helwani, I believe, was, telling them they're insignificant or irrelevant. I'm like, oh man, like.
No, I think he said that about Combate.
Well, he said something I thought too about PFL. In fact, I'm positive. I just don't know exactly what he said, but yeah, Combate was on the receiving end because Campbell McLaren got into it.
Oh, Verna Jandiroba went for
But he was saying something about Don Davis because he said something about Don Davis and some of his fighters complaining. And yeah, Verna Jandiroba is attacking an arm right now. There's 6 seconds left. 5, 3, 2, 1. She's not going to get it. Oh, but she was looking to secure an arm. She definitely secured the round. 10-9. Congrats to Verna Jandiroba for winning the round. But yeah, she threatened there. My ass is Ben Panda. What am I doing?
You're better off spending that on Panda Express.
I think so.
This commercial that I'm watching right now, I have no idea what it's for. But I don't even have to pay attention right now because I'm going to see it another 400 times a night.
The dogs?
No, I got microphones falling everywhere.
Oh. This one's about the Subaru Crosstrek.
I got the Lincoln Navigator.
Speaking of Ariel, I crack up every time I see DC promoting good guy, bad guy. When Ariel complained, he said that when he was on ESPN in 3 years, now one time did they ever let him plug the shows that he was doing. And I think one of them was with DC. And I swear I could hear DC's going to plug this show about 5 times before the night's over.
Damn. Verna Jandiroba is just all over this girl. She's already got her back. She's working on her shoulder right now. 2 hooks in.
She's quick, dude.
Or 1 hook in. Right now they look like the T-1000 when I got shot by that shotgun.
Mm-hmm. She's trying to get a choke in. She's on her back, but she's neither on her back or on her feet. Now she's starting to get on her feet. Kind of like in the catcher position. Now she's on her knees. And Verna's starting to beat her up with her fists. 3:45 left in round 2. So this is the third of 4 fights here on the featured prelims. Earlier today, we saw Chase Hooper win. Congrats to him. He beat Jim Miller. And I'll be keeping an eye on Miller, and hopefully that I didn't see him lay down any gloves or nothing.
No.
Julian Arosa defeated Darren Elkins in the fight before that. Early first round stoppage. Congrats to him. Now we have Xiaonan against Verna Jandiroba. This has been the Jandiroba show. She's got her back with a body triangle. And the main fight of the featured prelims on ESPN is Dan Ige against Sean Woodson.
Careful with her eyes. This feels like it's going quick. Can't believe we're almost going to be to that point.
Oh, the feature prelims?
Yeah.
Jandiroba Xiaonan has no answers for this body triangle. She's just covering up, weathering the storm. But she's got a ways to go. And because she got taken down so early, she could be staring at a 10-8 in this round. And overall, a 2017 going into round 3, in which she would definitely need to finish. In fact, if she were to just lose the round 20, it'd be 2018 and she would need to finish.
George, not only did I think Panda was going to win this fight, I was almost a little bit arrogant about it. I thought I was going to tell a lot of people, you see, but she's just getting dominated.
Jandiroba's probably got a chip on her shoulder. She's won like 4 in a row. A lot of people thought she should have fought maybe Zhang Weili before Tatiana Suarez because, Tatiana Suarez had a lot of spells where she hasn't been healthy.
Look at that knot on Panda's forehead now from the elbows that Verna's throwing. She's got a horn growing out of her head right here.
Oh, man. You're right.
You ever had one of those?
Watch out the arm again. Yeah, but it was a zit, not a knot from a fight.
You had a zit that big?
Well, not that big, but you know what I mean.
Oh, because the weird thing is when it goes down, it leaves like the skin is all stretched. It's kind of weird. It takes a while for it to.
I just had a bump on the back of my head. I hit my head on the back of the trunk of my car.
Oof.
Okay, right now, Jandiroba. She's starting with another armbar.
I think she's got it.
I don't think she's got the torque on it though, or sorry, the angle. So now she's on top of Xiaonan in side control, and there's 30 seconds left. So any moment that Xiaonan could have had by taking the top position, it's gone. She would have had to land some very, very heavy ground and pound. Now Jandiroba's attacking the arm. 15 seconds left. I think she might be able to get it. She just needs to tweak it in certain ways. Looks like she's not past the halfway point. When the arm is stuck and it's on the second half of your body, you've pulled it past that halfway point.
That's twice now with the round ending and a possible submission. Oh, here's that commercial again.
Okay, I just saw a commercial that bugs the shit out of me. Oh, did I just mess up again? It bugs the ish out of me. That fool. Oh, what's his name? Pete Davidson.
You don't like him, huh?
Games. No, actually, I don't mind him. Respect to him. He's one of the dating game kings. That's for sure. But he's sitting on a couch. Doesn't look like a fancy house. He's not wearing fancy clothes. He just looks like a normal dude. And he's playing a game and he goes, oh, man, Verizon has locked in the same rate for the next 3 years. That's what I'm talking about. And then that's it. Verizon says what they got to say and he's out. And I'm just wondering, like, you pay this guy. Is he that valuable that's all he had to do is just show up and I'm Pete Davidson and people are going to go to Verizon because I said this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why not make a new star? Kind of like Flo from Progressive or Jake from State Farm. Just pay some jabroni in a series of commercials to go out there and deliver that line. I'm sure it's 1/100th the fee that you had to pay Davidson. I don't know that just that one line alone, people are, clamoring to switch from AT&T to Verizon. I have Verizon. I like it.
I could swear that I went to school with the "Can you hear me now" Sprint guy.
Oh yeah,
I thought he was in one of my classes.
Well, hopefully you didn't go to school with the Subway guy.
Yeah, really.
What a fall from grace, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Third round, 45 seconds in. It still looks like Jandiroba's kind of got more pop. She's probably going to land a takedown soon. She's just kind of like bobbing and weaving and changing levels. But I think she's going to explode and try and get this fight to the ground again. But Xiaonan looks kind of slow. Her punches don't seem to have much pop to them. I think Jandiroba is being pretty smart here. Let's see here. Jandiroba has won 4 straight. Yeah, dude. Since losing to Amanda Ribas in 2021, she's won 4 straight. The problem was She only fought once in 2022, once in 2023, twice in 2024. Her wins are Angela Hill, Marina Rodriguez, Lupe Godinez, and Amanda Lemos. So great names. But that hasn't been able to get her the title shot. And then Xiaonan, she got the title shot. Went the distance with Zhang Weili, lost. And then beat Tabitha Ricci. Okay. But this will be her second loss here in 3 fights. If Jandiroba can, secure this, there's 245 left here in round 3. But Jandiroba could be looking at 5 straight. And now Suarez is out of the way. But now Zhang Weili's tripping, doing what most champions do. Well, I could go up. And I still think you got one clear contender in Verna Jandiroba that you need to fight before doing that. Plus, Valentina Shevchenko's already got Unknown Fiorot for one. And, I imagine Blanchfield and Barber, they're going to have a say in all this. I don't know. I'd like for Valentina to maybe clear all that out before she starts entertaining something from Zhang Weili. I'm not saying they're not close and they shouldn't be having the conversation. Not like other ridiculous situations as of late.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you look at Danny Castillo. You could almost see the look of despair in his eyes. There's just nothing that she can do.
Okay, I want to ask you a serious question. Has UFC 314 been kind of boring so far?
No.
I mean,
I know
right,
where you're going.
Beat Elkins, but Elkins was so out of it by that random kick, and like he never really showed up. Then Hooper and Mitch and Miller was okay, but man, was it a lot of grappling in the last 2 rounds?
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of dominating by Hooper, and then this fight has been dominating by Verna.
You had the submission
here. First one was a finish. I'm just talking about the 4 featured prelims that we've been covering here.
And maybe not. Maybe I'm not feeling it because I'm just so excited. It hasn't been bad.
We need to get it out of our system. We need Dan Ige, 50K Dan Ige, and Sean Woodson to give us a good fight. Because see, right now, Verna Jandiroba should be doing something so great that if she were to finish Xiaonan, she could say, "Hey, champ, you had 5 rounds to do it, and you couldn't finish her. And yet, look at me. I finished her. I made her look like nothing. Stop hiding. Stop talking about Valentina Shevchenko. Focus on me. Me and you in Brazil, bitch. Something." And instead she's going to cruise to the finish line. It will be a win. Pretty dominating, but look, she might get an armbar here at the end. Ooh, almost, man. So look at Xiaonan. Oh, okay, she better be catching her breath and not actually putting her hands in the air. So Verna's gonna have 5 in a row. I just don't know if she's gonna get a title shot out of this. Like Juliana Pena gets on my nerves, but man, she can run her mouth. I didn't think she could silence Kayla Harrison because Kayla Harrison can talk a good game, but at some point, the other one ran her mouth so much that Kayla was like, "I can't keep up." And she just shook her head and was like, "All right, maybe I'm tapping out here," but Juliana really got going, and she's the minus. Kayla's like minus 600.
I think
Juliana's
that's
a huge underdog, and she was out there acting like she could beat Kayla and Amanda in one night.
Mm-hmm.
Danny Segura and Mike Bond are out there covering the event for us. I can only imagine what I would be like if I was there. Danny Segura, you could tell, was saying that it was steamy, hot, muggy, sweaty. DC saying the same thing. It was just horrifically, they were outdoors and stuff, but I can only imagine the mess I would be. Especially when you got to work, One thing's being all hot at the beach. Okay. Go in the water. Look at poor Verna. Doesn't even get an interview.
And she got cut off. Oh, that's right. She's Australian. Uh-oh.
Poor Ty. Hasn't he lost 5 in a row?
Something like that.
Let me look it up. I'm pretty sure he has. Like, that's what we call a shoey. But a proper shoey is obviously after a win. I think you could do a shoey anytime. But I'm talking about a real Tai Tuivasa shoey. The best have been obviously when he wins. He's doing them in the crowd. He's doing them in the octagon. And everyone's talking about it. Oh, yeah, the poor guy's lost 5 in a row. Goes. This is a guy that knocked out Stefan Struve, Harry Handsucker, Greg Hardy, Augusto Sakai, and then the Black Beast Derek Lewis in February 12th of 2022. So just over 3 years ago. Since then, he hasn't won a fight. He lost to Cyril Gahn, got finished.
Oof.
Sergey Pavlovich got finished.
Body shot.
Alexander Volkov got finished. Marcin Tybura got finished. And then he lost to Jairzinho Rosenstruck in the middle of last year in Perth, Australia. I like him. I'm not bagging on him. I'm just telling you what the facts are.
Mm-hmm.
I love his celebrations, man. The shoey gets talked about everywhere, but over 3 years since we really had a proper shoey.
It's back on me. Fuck. Sean Woodson's minus 200. I think it's too high. Dan Ige plus 165. I get angry a lot at Dan Ige with his game plans. It's not that I don't think he has a good one. I just don't think he executes them. Take a guy like Woodson that's just awkward. He's lanky. I want to go Ige, but can his explosiveness get past Woodson? I'm gonna go Ige plus 165. You?
Well, I know that the Sharps have been promoting Woodson as the play here, but I can't go against 50K Dan Ige. So, what I will tell you is probably the over is a good bet, and whoever you take them by decision. I think that's if that can get you a little bit more coin in your pocket, less exposure, better. But I'd rather go Ige by decision than Woodson by decision.
I hear you. What up, Muna Bear in the chat room? What's going on in YouTube world?
What? You asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, no idea. Because tomorrow the Formula One is at 8 a.m., right?
Something like that, yeah.
Do you know who won the pre-race, the qualifying?
I don't, but no spoilers, please.
For the qualifying?
I'll go back and watch it.
Oh. Well, I don't know. I was hoping you'd know.
I asked because we were talking about Tai Tuivasa, and I asked the chat room who are the top 5 Australians right now. I guess not technically right now, but anyways, names are starting to come in. Tell me if you agree. Margot Robbie, it's huge, right? Steve Irwin. Steve Irwin
Oh,
again.
all Australians. I thought you meant MMA fighter. I was like, man, I'm out of the loop. Who are they?
He said Steve Irwin and then Steve Irwin again. Isla Fisher.
Isla
Hugh
Fisher's
Jackman.
Australian?
I don't think that's right, but we'll see. Hugh Jackman for sure has got to be up there, right? Oscar Piastri. That's got to be one.
What about Tom Cruise's ex, Nicole Kidman?
I think she might be outside looking in.
Outside the top 10, she's an Oscar winner, isn't
No,
she?
top five. Top five.
Oh.
You got to have Margot Robbie in there. You got to have, I think, Oscar Piastri
Volkanovski?
right now. Maybe. That WWE chick is pretty big too. Rhea Ripley.
Can you bring me a water, please?
Hugh Jackman's got to be in there too. Chris Hemsworth. It's a good one.
All right, just give me your number one. You've said like 15 names. I can't keep track of them.
All these people are coming from the one non-Australian.
In your opinion, who's the number one Australian?
Maybe Hugh Jackman.
Fair.
But the one guy who's Australian is not answering the stupid question.
6 feet 2.5 is Sean Woodson. He weighed in at 146.
I don't like to see empty seats, George. I know it's early, but still, it's a massive card.
Danny Gay, 146, 5'7". That's a 7.5 inch height advantage.
Why does it look like Ike from South Park? I don't like that mustache.
John Anik said tickets were still available when he did some media earlier this year. He subbed in for Dana White and did the press conference. I'm not a big fan of that. You're the president and you're there. Do that. That's you. A lot of fans go to this to see you. Even John Anik would admit that.
There we go.
Although I did like his effort to pick up trash with those guys.
Yeah.
That was cool.
I hope it was longer than the 5 seconds they showed, though.
Yeah, I imagine it was. I mean, he had a full bag. Now, granted, somebody could have done that for him, but I'm telling you, Goze, in that heat, I don't know what I would have looked like. That's for sure.
They'd be picking you up after like 10 minutes.
Yes. I'll never forget that. That was over 30 years ago. I just remember like, oh, man, this is despicable. I think I was there in 2002, but only at the airport, and I stayed overnight. But I don't remember it being that bad because we didn't really leave the confines. This fight's underway here. Let's see what Ige's plan is. Ige's got heavy hands, and he loves to throw them. But that's a long reach that the other guy's got. I wonder if Ige might want to get back to some wrestling.
He's got to.
Ige and Puna Soriano are two Hawaiians that actually wrestled. Not many Hawaiians wrestle because I don't think wrestling is that big on that island. Football, great football players. But these two wrestled, and I think one got the other one into it. In fact, one's not watching this fight right now. I think Dan doesn't like to watch Puna fight, and I think Puna also doesn't like to watch Dan fight. But of the two, I think he's the closest to doing it.
It's illegal for one of them to be at the other's fight, right? Or something like that. It's bad luck.
Could be.
I think like every time Puna is at Dan's fight, he loses or something like that. So they just agreed not to. This, what's going on here, for those of you who aren't watching, the distance between them definitely works in the favor of Woodson. Dan's got to figure out a way to get in closer. Like George mentioned, wrestling just might have to be the key, or a fake shot to get inside and throw your strikes. But throwing them from out there is not going to work. It's too much ground to cover. It's too much time for Sean to make adjustments. He's got to back him up towards the cage and kind of cut that in half a little bit. Because right now, Sean's got all the room in the world to maneuver.
Dan Ige threw a nice leg kick earlier. I think he should go back to that. The problem is Sean Woodson switches his stance a lot. But look at Woodson's left leg. That one took a hard kick. And even if Ige doesn't want to wrestle, I should still think he should threaten with it. There's another kick goes. He's really winding that thing up. He might have just landed another one.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, unless things have switched, but this is an Extreme Couture versus Syndicate, right? A John Wood versus Eric Nixick?
It could be, yeah.
Or is Sean not with that camp anymore?
Well, I know Ige for sure is Extreme because I see Eric there, but I've seen him at Extreme. But yeah, we'll see what Woodson's corner is all about. Woodson started off, remember, Goze? He told us at the hit squad. Now, a lot of you are like, well, what the hell's that? The hit squad was Hughes Intensive Training or something like that. And if I had to guess, it was around 2005 or 2010 when this opened up. It was a gym, I think, in South Illinois or in the St. Louis area. And Woodson actually lived at the barracks or whatever it was called. He needed a place to live, so that was one of the attractions of training there. Was he had a place to live, and it was Matt Hughes, his striking coach Matt Pena, and Robbie Lawler. They had broken away from the Militich gym, Militich Fighting Systems, which was in Bettendorf, Iowa. I think Militich was doing a lot of announcing. He stopped really coaching. And so the hit squad was a place to be. I think Mark Fiore was there as well, teaching wrestling. And then, around that time, Hughes was starting to end his career. I think Lawler went down to South Florida, and I think that came to an end. But that literally was about 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah. I remember, I think they might have been one of the first ones to do dorms.
Yep. Who do you give that round to?
I think I give it to Woodson.
I think I'd give it to Ige. Let's see what some of the scores are. And live betting, I'll quote that. Maybe that'll tell us. Yeah, Woodson's not as big of a favorite, Goes. I think Dan Ige might have closed the gap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still a lot of fighting left, though. 10 minutes of fighting are left. All right, that's a good shot at the arena right now, and I suppose I agree. I see some empty seats. I think it'll wind up being a sellout. Miami strikes me as a town that has a lot going on, and people make decisions at the last moment. I think it'll be a good gate and a good night. See, Ike looks like he's flowing, Goes, and he's comfortable. He's not bothered at all because you know what? Woodson's allowing him to kind of penetrate the force field of his distance.
He wasn't doing that early on.
Once Dan Ige gets through that, it looks like, he's finding some luck. And he's pushing forward. He's pressing the action.
It's not going to be Dan's first strike.
Hit him on the chin there, Ige.
It's going to be the second and third that are going to find their mark.
Here's some scores. Okay, one guy gave the edge to Woodson. He said close fight with a lot of movement, not much landing. Okay, another guy just gave the edge to Woodson. He actually said 10-9. So two guys really didn't want to volunteer a score. It's close. 1 minute and 15 seconds in the second round, and Ige's pressing Woodson up against the cage.
Ooh. Just missed with a left hook down Ige.
Woodson with a nice leg kick.
The problem is George Dan has to at least threaten the takedown to open up some of that striking.
Yeah.
He's not really doing that. And what's frustrating is we all know he can. There you go.
There he is right there. He grabs the single. Woodson's showing great balance. He's bouncing on one leg, and he's out. But at least Ige said, hey, look, we can take it to the ground, too. Maybe he threatens again, but this time throws an overhand and it lands. Who knows? You just got to get the other guy to be thinking about things. If you're always defending, then you're not being offensive. I think, a lot of this striking game has to do with being fluid and confident. But when the other guy's throwing a wrench at you, a lot of times you need to reset, recalibrate, figure your distance out, get your footwork, moving, adapting, whatever. And all that takes time. To me, Ige's frustrating the hell out of Woodson. I don't think Woodson's frustrating Ige. Now, that said, I think Woodson's winning this round. But I still think Ige, could maybe figure something out here.
I mean, Ige's closing that distance. He's able to get in and out.
There's that leg kick. And now he goes to a double. He grabs a single now. Let's see if he can turn in on it. He wasn't able to, but he did get the fight to the ground. He just wasn't able to do anything with it. But he's still grabbing onto the single, and now they're back to their feet. And let's see, what that costs each guy. Your gas tank goes down with every single one of those grappling sequences. Woodson seems to be staying pretty calm, though, through all this. Now, one sharp was telling me that the problem with Ige is his plan A's can work a lot, especially when with those heavy hands, he can knock you out. But when they don't, he doesn't seem to adapt well in the middle of a fight, and he'll kind of start forcing overhands and panic type of punches. I heard it not that well. He's not being unfair. I think I've seen a little bit of that. I've mostly seen Ige win fights. I really like a lot of fighters that just touch people. Touch, and just start making contact until they start building up to, some of the bigger punches. I think there's something to that as well. And even, obviously I'm calling it a touch, but it's still something that hurts, a strike that can hurt.
I think Ilia Topuria does that a little bit.
Yeah.
He sets up his shots that way.
All right, 2 rounds are down, 1 more to go. The Miami crowd is not popping. Let's see if we can get a finish in round 3. And I'm going to try and get you guys some live odds. All right, Woodson's minus 300, Ige's plus 225. What that tells me is they think that Woodson won round 2, and there's a good chance he may have won round 1 as well. Let's see how round 3 goes. If I'm Ige, I'm trying to get the finish. I don't think winning the round can assure you the win. if I'm Woodson, just winning the round could do it because we know he won round 2 and round 1 was close. Okay, they both come out. They look like they have a lot of energy, a lot of hand movement. I would have wanted to hear what Eric Nixick had to say in Dan Igue's corner. Woodson's counter game is pretty interesting. It almost feels like he's throwing from the hip, which as tall as he is, I mean, maybe that makes sense. But
he did some.
Ige hurt Woodson, and now he's taking his time. He's going to the body. He's finding the head. The crowd's going nuts. Woodson's still trying to clear it, the cobwebs. 4:10 left in round 3. Ige being patient, softening up the body, hits him once to the head. Woodson's still along the fence. He's still not cleared it. Ige landed a nice jab. Now some shots to the head. The referee's starting to take a look. 3:55 left here in round 3. Woodson goes to the body here. Ige's pounding him on the side of the head, and he stops it.
Oh, I don't know about
Ige
that.
won, and I think the ref stopped it a little bit too soon, but I'm happy for Dan Ige. Oh, man, that was quick.
Too early.
That was quick.
I know where
Woodson
he's going.
Immediately reacted and said, "What are you doing?" Go ahead,
Yeah.
Chris.
No, I get why he did it, but that wasn't the time. He was still moving.
Yeah, that was not a good stoppage. Brogan's saying the same thing. You know, I imagine that when you're hurt and you grab a single, you're going to feel some punches to the side of the head or elbows. You know that, but you're just waiting for a moment to collect yourself because a fighter can sometimes go boom, 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 like 5 of them, and then figure out if he's going to throw the other hand or come with another series, and that's when you explode, right? And that just seems so soon. Now, credit to everything that started all this, which is an overhand left by Dan Ige, and of course he started hunting him down. And look, you know, he was possibly on his way to finishing him anyway. But at that particular moment, I thought it was too soon. 1, 2, 3. See, a couple are getting through. He's posting like he wants to get up.
Yeah.
Yee.
Not good.
But
I
Dan
don't
Ige
know
gets
what the referee did at the end with that.
Wow, you know, Dan Ige goes fought a great fight for someone giving away so much in reach and height. Like he really, it didn't look like someone who has no answers. He had a game plan, man, and he was figuring out different ways to get in there. He threatened a little bit with wrestling and then combos, one punch, you know, overhands, kicks to the calf. Like he was trying a few different things until he was finding what was going to work.
Yeah. Can't take away from Dan, but not a good stoppage.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to turn on a light, all right?
Okay. All right, folks. And that's going to basically do it for the featured prelims. Those are done. And then we're going to slowly start the main card here in just a second. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. First fight is going to be Nikita Krylov and Dominic Reyes. And then we get to Bryce Mitchell and Jean Silva. Right now, Bruce Buffer is announcing the winner. Let's see what Dan Ige says. I'll relay it to you guys. And then we'll see what Joe and DC and them all them say, because I think they felt the same thing, was that this was stopped a little early, but you know, we can't harp on that forever. The fight's over, and that's that.
Now you can't shave that mustache. Good luck. The bonuses are kind of safe tonight, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The head kick was nice. It set up the stoppage in the Gore fight, but
He asked him about, you know, how did he deal with him, right? He goes, man, you can't find that many 6'3", 145 pounders. So he said he had to fight a lot of training with a lot of lightweights and welterweights. And he says it's been over a year since he won, so he's really soaking this up. And remember, folks, one of those losses was the one to Diego Lopez when he had a 4-hour notice.
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting there, I think, in an ice bath, and he gets the call to fight Diego Lopez. If you guys will recall, I think that was UFC 303. In that fight, okay, there's Aljamain Sterling, Gilbert Burns. I think that's Vicente Luque, right? No?
Yeah, no. Wait, is
those
it?
other guys? I don't know. There's someone.
Pantoja was right behind them. I don't know why they wouldn't.
No. Pantoja isn't fighting. Why would he be right behind these guys?
Over to the left. Pantoja was
sitting Pantoja, I'm thinking of Pantera. Yair Rodriguez.
Okay, so we got to switch over to the pay-per-view.
Yeah, just real quick, just so I can finish that story. Ige filled in for Brian Ortega. Ortega was supposed to fight Lopez, and with 4 hours notice, he's either in an ice bath or in a jacuzzi, because Dan Ige had another fight schedule. All his medicals, everything was in order, and so they came up with this idea, and he fought, and he fought valiantly against Diego Lopez. Uh-oh, here comes the Presidente of the United States. He lives in South Florida, so I think we all had a feeling that this was going to be the case. He's a UFC fan. And it looks like those are probably his grandkids with him. Wow, it's kind of a narrow path inward. He's shaking hands and high-fiving, but I imagine this is a nightmare for the Secret Service, Goze.
Yeah. I can't see it. I had already switched over to the pay-per-view, but you kind of expect it.
Yeah.
Our picks have been kind of dookie.
Did you see? Okay, let me tell you something funny. RFK is married to Cheryl Hines, who's played the part of Larry David's wife in Curb Your Enthusiasm. And so Trump said hello to RFK Jr., right? Who's his director of what? Health and Human Services or something like that. And so Cheryl Hines kind of stuck her hand out, and Trump walked right by her, and she made this funny face, Goes like she knew she whiffed. And I can't tell if Trump did that on purpose or just didn't see her, but it was so funny, her whiffing, but kind of taking it in stride.
Dude, whiffing sucks. Oh man, that line just moved.
Yeah, you know what else sucks? This 401k's dropping, but whatever. I know we're gonna make a recovery because we're a powerful nation, but that hasn't been our best week here.
Well, we got to make a recovery on our picks because they're looking like a 401k's right now.
Okay.
All right. So we got the win with Ige. I've been going back and forth on this a lot, man. I just don't know if I can trust that this is Dominic Reyes back. Because I had counted him out already. He's plus 130. Krylov is minus 160. I turned in Reyes on my staff picks. So I'm not gonna lie to you all. I'm gonna go Reyes as the underdog.
Yeah, Reyes is an LA guy. He's out of Victorville, California, which is just outside of Los Angeles, about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Hold on one second. ESPN Plus. And huge Kobe Bryant fan. Huge Lakers fan. Had a great rise to the top. Had an admirable title shot at one point. But after that, he took some hard losses. And like Goze said, I mean, he was starting to get counted out. Like that was it. But he's come back with some wins. And let's not forget, in that Dustin Jacoby fight, that wasn't going good for him early on. But he got that win. He got the Anthony Smith win. He's taken some hard shots. So all that talk about the chin, because he had 3 losses in a row to Span, Prochaska, and Blachowicz, where all of them he got lit up. One of them was, I think, a spinning elbow, really ugly too. He just collapsed. But he's been back, man. He's been back since then, and he had 2 wins in 2024. Krylov hasn't fought in 2 years. That's never good, but I believe that there is such a thing as ring rust. What I believe, though, is that you shake it off as the fight goes. So if the fight starts to get the 3-minute mark, 1 round, at that point, hey, man, a world-class athlete, they figure it out. They get their timing down. So even if he has to give up a round, who knows? He might still be in it. But I still like Reyes in this. I just think he's found a little bit of his form. And again, the other guy, it's been 2 fights, since 2 years since he's fought. So we on Reyes?
We're on Reyes. Do you think Reyes, I'm not sure what his home life looks like, what properties he owns, but do you think he rents a little space in John Jones's head still or not?
No, I think he should give that up. He lost. I thought he won 3-2, but it wasn't a hill to die on. Anybody that told me I had a 3-2 the other way, I was like, yeah, some close rounds. My early first call, I remember, was a 3-2, but I knew there was a close round, and I knew that once Jones took over, he came back and won. So Reyes can say what he wants. When he's a grandfather with kids on his lap, he can say, that guy he talk about, the Michael Jordan of the sport. Some people say I beat him. I hung in there. You can tell that, but you didn't win. You have no belt to show for it. And I think at some point, I just start figuring out how you can win the belt now. I think Jones does a good job of laughing people off because Jones has amazing stats. All the former champs and Hall of Famers that he's beaten, and he does say some stupid shit and does some stupid shit, and but he can back it up, man. Now that said, he's also kind of, I think Aspinall's definitely living rent free.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
ESPN Plus. All right, we're on Reyes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They are doing the intro right now for the fight card. Welcome Tango Tampa. Let me see something. I didn't even know we could do this.
You think Tango Tampa owns a dance studio in Tampa?
I think that's where my money would be, yeah. Or maybe he's a military guy out of Tampa.
There was somebody that did a top 10 in the chat. Steve Irwin, Stingray, Elvis Sinisic, Crocodile Dundee,
King of Rock and Rumble,
Mark Hunt, Madge Bishop from Neighbors, Angus Young. Not bad, not bad. Folks, if you can kindly hit the like button, the thumbs up, we would really appreciate it. There's a few guys that go so far as to say, like if you liked the video, dislike if you didn't, and thanks for tuning in. And I was like, ooh, who would ever promote for someone to hit the dislike? But it could be that just interaction, right, Goze?
I don't know. I just recently heard something about that you don't want that to happen. So I don't know. I got to figure out what's true and what isn't.
We're getting close to 400,000 subscribers. So that would be a huge moment for our website. Let's stick with the like button. How about that, folks? Like and subscribe, like they say.
DC got a new suit, huh?
Yeah. He really enjoys golf, but the scores that he says sound like the scores I used to have, and it's frustrating. Basically, you're out there like a clown, dude. You're not even golfing. You're just hacking.
Dude, don't tell him that. He's like the most competitive person on the planet.
I haven't golfed in 30 years, but if he's really hitting a 110, I feel like I could beat him. But he says he's enjoying it. I mean, I don't know. Because he's competitive. I'm competitive. I hate sucking at something. So you want to get better. But when you're out there and you just see some guy come out who doesn't look like an athlete at all, next thing you know, they're carving you up. You're like, oh man, how much more of this do I want? Don Vito, how you doing? He says, how you guys rating the card so far? Well, it's funny you should ask. I told Goze this card hasn't been that good since we've been on.
It hasn't been bad.
Well, this last one helped a little bit. You know, we had a finish, even though it was controversial, but even the crowd was doing a couple fights, Goze.
I'd say C+.
Yeah.
By the way, Tango Tampa is a military guy.
Oh, okay. Alpha, Tango, Delta,
Bravo, Zulu. You concur?
I concur.
Anybody know what movie we're quoting? We probably got the sequence of all that shit wrong, but
wait, is it that they concur? I thought I concur is Catch Me If You Can.
I mean, it's used in more than one movie because there was 3 of them. They have to authenticate.
I concur sounds so corny. I'd even rather have them go yay or nay. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I concur. I guess it's a fancy way of saying I agree. Or how about if you were to go, do you concur? And the other guy would just go, mm-hmm. Isn't that good enough?
Nope.
Does he have to go, I concur, sir?
Because mm-hmm sounds too close to uh-uh. Imagine getting those two mixed up.
How about mm-hmm with a thumbs up?
Nah, because then maybe you thought you heard something else.
I don't think mm-hmm sounds like mm-mm.
It's close. If we were at the movies and I told the guy next to me, ask him if he wants to see that movie, if he's down with that preview, he could legitimately, like, if he went, mm-hmm, that could have been mm-mm or something, like, he'd probably say, I don't know, man, it's loud in here. Sound like he was down. That's just movies. No, we're not shooting out nukes or anything like that.
I don't know. When I did it right now, it sounded mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, that means yes, and mm-mm. That seems
but
like
a lot of people don't say it like that, though. If I just ask you, like, did you take out the trash? You're not gonna go, mm-hmm. You're just gonna go, mm-hmm. something like that. We don't always put that inflection on it. If I said, "Hey,
Well,
did
I
you get
think
a
that
lap dance from that honey?" You'd go, "Mm-hmm." That, but like if I said, "Did you fix the garbage disposal?" You wouldn't go, "Mm-hmm."
I don't know. It's that it's got this throat thing to it, throaty thing to it.
The the that you
Plus,
did right now.
usually your head's nodding too, like Okay, I'm gonna take my glasses off. Watch. Hey, you like pizza, don't you? Right, and then like, hey, you want that 300-pound offensive lineman to give you a lap dance? Like, I think that's kind of obvious.
Dude, that that you gave was exactly the that Rodney gave me at that UFC when we were trying to get him to hit on Gina. He had to let me know that ain't happening without saying too much, and then when he gave the explanation, it made sense. But yeah, that was like his way of telling us, like, shut up, it ain't happening. I'll just tell you later.
Because she was there to support Kit Cope, and he was fighting.
Yeah, we didn't know because Gina Carano wasn't Gina Carano back then. So she was just a cute girl sitting
That's
next
the
to
guy
him.
from ESPN. They don't think much of her now either. ESPN MMA did a top 10 of women's historical figures or something like that.
So
they didn't include her, and they got some blowback for that one.
This is a very long time ago at a UFC event. Mr. Belding was sitting in front of us, but our buddy was sitting next to Gina Carano, and she wasn't famous yet. So we kept saying, "Hey, hit on that girl, get her to come out later." And he kept kind of like nudging, like, "No, man, like leave me alone. This ain't happening." And on one of those, when I finally pushed him, he just kind of went like that, And that was his explanation. He goes, "The reason I couldn't do it because you just finished telling me that was her boyfriend, right there, right but in the cage." I think he was there cornering Tito Ortiz or someone.
Yeah. I think it was the card when Nick Diaz beat Robbie Lawler.
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was Tito and Vitor.
Speaking up, never mind.
Vitor's there tonight.
Yeah. Who do you think he's there to watch, Goze?
He's there for a good fight.
Involving who?
Well, mixed martial artists, silly.
That go by the name of?
They all go by champ in my book, George. You put in the time, you deserve the respect.
So when you see CM Punk, you're gonna call him, hey, you're gonna go, hey, what's up, champ?
Why not?
What about the girl that got beat by Elima Lane McFarland, who resembled a soccer mom? Hey, champ.
Yeah, but then, probably roll my eyes when I'm walking away.
All right. Dominic Reyes against Nikita Krylov. Okay, Goze, what's more likely? Dominic Reyes gets walked out by Kobe Bryant's widow and her daughters, or Nikita Krylov gets walked out by Crusher Khrushchev and Ivan Koloff.
What's the question? Like, which is cooler?
Which is more likely to happen?
Oh. Well, I don't know if the Crusher Khrushchev's still alive.
Well, let's just say they are. Notice I didn't say Dominic Reyes getting walked out by Kobe Bryant. I mean, obviously,
yeah.
within the realms of what's real.
Probably. I think Crusher Khrushchev's more likely.
Crusher Khrushchev and Ivan Koloff.
Yeah.
All right.
You like that UFC jersey?
The one these coaches are wearing right now, the white one?
No. Off to the right. What's her name? Heidi? She's barely out of the frame right now, but a lot of them have been wearing this. It almost looks like a Juventus jersey, but it says UFC. Oh man, I changed the camera again.
I just see a guy with Boston Strong putting on
Yeah.
Vaseline Reyes.
When he goes in the ring, you might see it on his left-hand side.
Okay, I'll have to take a look. Come on, Reyes. How much Vaseline you gonna shove in your nose, man?
God damn. I'll do a touch of gloves now. Is he afraid somebody's gonna punch him straight up into his nostril or what?
I don't know, but what if he uses that finger to finger poke some eye?
Oof.
Or it goes in someone's mouth? Okay, I was looking, Goze. I didn't see the UFC thing, so if you see it again.
Oh, we got to sync up again.
Oh, yeah, you're right. All right, we'll do it once the fight starts. All I got is Reyes in the octagon right now.
Well, just look for Heidi in the first row.
Heidi Andrel?
No, Heidi. I forgot. She's right by the gate. 10 seconds, baby. Look for her.
Okay. Heidi Dean.
There you go.
Thank you, baby. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Do you remember Mr. Belding at that UFC event? People would walk by.
Mr. Belding or his brother?
Rod Belding?
Yeah. Rod
No.
Belding I used to see at Tustin Brewery a lot.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if you were confusing the two.
No, this was for sure Mr. Belding. But guys would walk by and they'd be like, Mr. Belding, cool. And he would kind of like roll his eyes, I think a couple people said, like, can I take a picture? And he wasn't having it.
Really?
But when a cute girl would go like, oh my God, Mr. Belding, he would be like, hi. He'd take a picture with him.
Kind of like John Jones at the expo.
Matt Hughes did that too one time.
Hey, John, how about a picture? Man, I ain't got time for that shit. Hey, John. Hey, baby, what's up? Man, that wouldn't be so bad if there wasn't people around to witness it. But that's how many Fs he didn't give. All right. Let me get some volume going here a little bit. I got to feel the crowd something. Okay, here's the tale of the tape. 33 years of age for Nikita Krylov, 35 for Dominic Reyes, 6'4" for Dominic Reyes, 6'3" for Nikita Krylov. Both weighed in at 206. Nikita Krylov with 77.5 inches in reach. Reyes at 77. So they're virtually identical, man. Bruce Buffer goes, what do you rate his jacket? 1 to 10. I'll go for it. 8.5.
I'm gonna go 9.
I like it.
It's a good one.
He's a master of ceremonies. The city of Miami likes those types of colors, teals and aquas and purples or whatever. Lime. So, yeah, I think he's doing well. What normally happens with Dominic Reyes' hair? Like, I get it. He's about to fight. He probably just rubbed his hair in a certain way. But what usually happens that it would call for that?
Oh, man.
Spider Moose says Mrs. WWE is head of education. Yep, Linda McMahon is the head of education.
Is Vince McMahon still trying to do that new wrestling league?
Dude, that guy just needs to stop, you know. That, oh my God, like the allegations against him. He's already come back. You know, he took time off and came back. And I mean, just enjoy life.
What kind of things are going on in Dominic Reyes' nose? Like,
I don't know. Okay, Goze, give me a countdown and then I'll adjust.
48, 47, 46, 45.
Okay,
Sounds like I'm reading a scorecard.
I got you.
I feel like I could already tell you this won't be Dominic Reyes' night.
Goze, real quick, give me one more.
25, 24.
Okay, thank you.
He just buckled Krylov with a right hand.
These are some big boys. Krylov's got some big legs, man. If he sits on his punches, man, it looks like he can generate a lot of power. But you're right. I think someone's going to get knocked out here.
Yeah, their hands keep dropping every exchange. It's going to happen.
Nice inside leg kick there by Dominic Reyes. .340 left in round one. Let's go Reyes chant is out and about. Reyes fighting out of a southpaw position. Krylov in the orthodox position. Krylov just swung for the fences with a leg kick, head kick that missed.
Just by a little.
DC and Joe Rogan talking about that right now, calling Krylov a dangerous kicker. Reyes trying to find his way in with some jabs. He's still a little bit in the feeling out process. Reyes throws a head kick of his own. I heard a thump, but I think he might have gotten blocked by Krylov's hands. The third man in the octagon is Mark Goddard. I'm not sure who's reffing the main event. Uh-oh, Reyes wins. He caught him on the way in, and it looked like maybe with just a jab, and then followed it up with some ground and pound, and he ended it quick. I mean, It didn't even look like the hardest punch. It must have just been on the button.
It got him good. He the first punch though put him out. Like the extra ones weren't necessary. They were to stop the fight, but he was already out. Crazy ending. All right, I went from C+ to B.
Just picked it up.
Do you think when fighters address the president, Dana in his head saying, "Don't do something stupid. Don't do something stupid"?
Yeah, I thought Charles Oliveira dissed him, but I can't prove that. But he went out of his way to not do anything. He just kind of skipped by him, kind of left him hanging a little bit. But other than that, I think I've seen everyone at least acknowledge him, whether they voted for him or like him or not. They at least thought, well, the president of the United States is here to see me, or maybe the 4 years that he wasn't the president, the former president. But other than that, I think everyone has pretty much given him some love. Yeah, man, that was a nice punch that got slipped in there. Let's talk about that. Here we go. Krylov is slipping in, and it was an overhand left. It was just on the money, but it wasn't one that he sat on. He just timed it well. Krylov went out right away, and then Reyes, whatever he added to it, just, ended it. So congrats to him. There's no disputing that one. And that's 3 in a row for Reyes. And Goze, like I said, he can maybe possibly build himself up, maybe get his own run at the title, but he should really let go of the John Jones thing. It's not like if John Jones was still in the same weight class, then maybe. In fact, I'm going to go to MMA decisions and see. I'll give you an example. When Juliana Pena beat Raquel Pennington, MMA decisions, I think, was like 95% in the side of Pennington, if I'm not mistaken. So that's something that would possibly bug a fighter, like, oh yeah, I'm going to show you. There ain't going to be no disputing this one.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember it being like that for this fight. So let me check so I don't talk out of my asshole.
That's a good solid win, man.
In 2024. No, for crying out loud.
While you're looking that up, we asked for the subscribe, the like. I'm going to ask, since we're at the pay-per-view portion where some people just can't get it, you don't mind retweeting or re-Xing or whatever the fuck they call it, and social media, so we can get the word out. We enjoy doing this. We're here every card. We've been doing this for years now. So yeah, thank you. Back to George.
I'm looking for well, they didn't headline. Okay, Pena versus Pennington. That was a split decision win. Dude. Oh my gosh, Goze. Everyone had Pennington.
Yeah.
48-47. Pena had one from Cody Mero at MMA Underground. And Jed Meshew from MMA Fighting gave her a draw. But other than that, there's literally 30 Penningtons, it looks like. Now let's look at Reyes and Jones. See, I think that would bother me. I think Pennington should talk more about that. Although it's hard to go against Kayla Harrison. You just had a feeling she'd get her shot because she's got accolades coming from PFL. But wow, Pennington really, really, that's got to bug her, dude. And then when did Jones fight Reyes? Let's look it up. I feel like that was 2018.
There's Vitor Belfort.
Who were you? Who'd you say was there to support us?
They just showed Vitor Belfort.
I know, but who did you say was there to support again? I can't remember.
I never said anything.
Oh, I thought for some reason you said he was
There's
there.
Henry Cejudo, Merab. Yeah, this is a who's who.
Hey, Merab's getting good pop. There is someone.
There's a human. All right, let's get this. So our picks have made a comeback, George. John Silva is minus 200. Bryce Mitchell's plus 165. I do want to say this would be a win.
Wait, Goze. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. They're just making an announcement. I thought it might be a Hall of Fame announcement. Go ahead, Goze.
Okay. We would have a winning night, except for one fight. We went 3 different picks on the same guy. That's why we're losing. But as far as calling the fights right, we're doing pretty good. So John Silva minus 200, Bryce Mitchell plus 165. Normally, I would tell you Silva all day. However, there are a couple things that are bothering me. Yes, he made weight, but he didn't make it on the first try. I feel like he's getting too wrapped up in the Bryce Mitchell comments and setting him straight and this and that. Like, I want to hear more about the actual fight and why he thinks he's going to win the fight, what it is he thinks he can do. I think he's just a little distracted. That being said, I'm still picking him at a minus 200, but I don't know that it'll be as easy as people are making it sound. How about you?
Ooh, well, Mitchell gets takedowns, you know, and he's got a good pace. But Jean Silva has probably been training not just for Bryce Mitchell, but for this type of fighter. One thing Jean Silva has right now is he just is on point, and he's got a lot of power, and he's intimidating, dude. So, I've been trumpeting this Fight Nerds team for a while. I think part of their success is A, they have great fighters. B, I think the coaching seems to be top notch with good game planning. So I think until that derails, I'm going to stick with them. But if Mitchell just blasts through him and puts him up against the cage or on the ground, I don't know enough about John Silva on the ground to say, oh, yeah, he can survive. He'll be okay. He'll be this. He'll be that.
Could be a long night, right?
He's got to definitely play the safe route. Watch his distancing, not overcommitting to shots, not being so anxious to KO him right away that he makes a silly mistake and then gets drowned out. The good thing is the fight starts on the feet, and every round starts on the feet. And if you can work your way back to your feet, those are more opportunities where Silva's way better than Mitchell on the feet. I like Silva. I think the hype is real, and I'm just gonna ride these fighting nerds until they start to lose. We got Rufy against Ian Machado Gary. That's gonna be a tough one too. Ian Machado Gary fought well in the last two, Shavkat Rakhmonov. And then we got Kyle Barrio. He says that Nasruddin Imavov is
ducking him.
Yeah, ducking him. And then we have another fighting nerd. Who is it? Jean Silva, Rufy, Pratis. Sorry, Pratis is the one fighting Ian Machado Gary. Rufy's the one that just had a KO recently. Oh, let's see what this announcement's all about. She is? So it's Amanda.
Yeah. Why'd they put Nina behind her?
I didn't notice that. It goes real quick as this is being shown. In the John Jones-Reyes fight, it looked like about 15 MMA outlets called it for Reyes and about 7 called it for Jones. So probably a 2-1 discrepancy. Maybe that could bug John Jones a little bit. It was such a long time ago, and Jones has vanquished other foes. I don't know if Jones is really concerned. And like I say, Reyes is, Jones isn't there anymore. Just focus on winning a title. You're on a run, bro. You've won 3 in a row. But you may have thought that way, but the ones that count are the judges. Pennington has more of a chance of a case. Like, it's literally 30-1, dude. And yes, 2 judges called it for the other one, but I think that one would definitely bother me a little bit more.
Yeah, 30 to 0 is kind of hard to dispute. You get a couple people, you go, hey, was this guy not paying attention? What's up with 30 people? Were all 30 of you people high? What was going on?
So this is a little confusing to me, and I'll tell you why. Because the Lioness was just asked if she would come back to fight the winner of Kayla Harrison and Juliana Pena. Now, the history with both of them is this. She's 1-1 with Juliana Pena. Pena upset her, and then Amanda Nunes came back and put it on Pena. No one wanted a trilogy except for Juliana Pena, because Nunes put it so bad on her that we all chalked it up to her just having a bad night when she lost to Pena. Same as GSP and Matt Serra. We didn't need to see a third one. But she retired. Well, she fought one more. She fought Irene Aldana, and then she retired. And she said she had pain in her legs, and She just didn't want to fight anymore. Okay, I mean, as much as she accomplished, great. Now Dana said she retired a little early. I would agree. I think she's 36. And the history with Kayla Harrison is Amanda Nunes was at that gym, ATT. Kayla comes over, and then Kayla kind of became a big name. And at some point, Amanda left, and I think it's a lot of people wonder that maybe it had to do with the fact that they could fight at one point, and what was two people training, helping each other get better. All of a sudden, it looked like a possible collision course. So she wound up leaving that gym and going and creating her own gym. And then the fight never came to fruition because at the end of the day, Kayla was with PFL still. But however, since then, they've kind of talked it up a little bit, and I could see Amanda Nunes wanting to come back and silence Kayla Harrison and cement herself as the number one athlete. Because let me tell you something: if Kayla Harrison wins the UFC bantamweight title, she'll have a UFC bantamweight title, a PFL featherweight title, a PFL lightweight title. No, I take it back. 2 PFL lightweight titles. She lost the featherweight championship against
short hair.
Yes.
Oh my god. What the hell's her name?
I don't know. I love her too.
Oh no.
Are we looking it up? We're gonna try and
we can't look it up. You just gotta remember it.
All right. I'm watching Amanda Nunes cry right now as she's being inducted into the Hall of Fame. She's very emotional. So yeah, Amanda Nunes sounds very certain like she wants to come back and teach these ladies a lesson. But yeah, I was saying Harrison won 2 lightweight titles back to back at PFL, a bantamweight title, and then those gold medals, dude. 2 Olympic gold medals in judo, and Olympic and a gold medal in the World Championships. Like, that's pretty amazing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of this becomes one of those ego things where, like, she might not be the greatest female MMA fighter ever, but she might have a case as the greatest female combat sports fighter ever.
Right.
Wow, she's really, really emotional. Good for her. That's the way it should be.
Yeah, see, they sat Nina behind her.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Usually they're side by side, but I bet you Nina knew, and so therefore she elected to give up the seat. But I think I would have told the guy in the white shirt, "You move," and let Nina sit there. That is her wife. Let us get through this. Look at what's her face? Kayla Harrison is clapping in the background. That's cool. Respect. Yeah, Goze. So anyway, what all I was going to say was, knowing that she's probably coming back, I wonder if they could have waited. Now, they said first ballot. Dude, she retired in 2023. First ballot would have been maybe 2023, depending on when she did it, but if not, 2024.
Maybe like how long they need her to.
And it should have been done
before they
this is
do
a year
it.
late. You know what I mean? This is a year late.
Yeah.
One foot out the door, and the chat room says Reyes showed why he is pay-per-view main card worthy. Yeah.
Can't argue that.
He's putting on a show, man.
Larissa Pacheco.
Hey, Larissa Pacheco. There you go. Did you get it from someone, or did you guess it on your own?
Nah, just when you just play it back in your head over and over, it just pops up like natural.
What's her deal, by the way, Larissa Pacheco?
I don't know. Don't look it up. I'm just kidding.
Because Larissa Pacheco, because they have the flyweight division now for the second year in a row. And so all they have is her fight versus Cyborg. That already happened. Now what? Cyborg's going to fight for Gil Melendez's show in San Jose.
Boxing.
That's a good get for those guys. Scott Coker and Gil Melendez. Pacheco won. She's a 2-time champ, Goze, of the women's featherweight title in PFL. She beat Kayla and she beat Maria Moknankina. She lost the super fight against Chris Cyborg. That would have been a huge feather cap in her cap, because she would have had Cyborg Julia Budd, who held the title, Kayla Harrison, who's held a couple titles. She's also beaten Sarah Kaufman, who had the Strikeforce bantamweight title before she lost it to, I think, Ronda. She's also beaten Irene Aldana at Jungle Fight, who's been a title challenger over in the UFC. So she's got a little resume going herself. She fought at 135. I don't know if Larissa Pacheco can still make 135, but if she can, she should do it because time's running out. She's another fighter that has a case of saying PFL, now what? Like it's ran its course. Goes, no disrespect to PFL, but what's Johnny Evelyn going to do? Who's he going to beat that kind of keeps supporting his case as one of the best middleweights ever?
It's frustrating. It really is.
If Evelyn goes, hey, DDP, I'm better than you. DDP is going to say, well, look who I just beat. I beat Strickland. I defended against Strickland. I defended against Izzy. And, what's next for you? So what can Evelyn show him or tell him? Like, his case isn't supported.
I think Evelyn's...
it's disrespectful to tell PFL, listen, man, like I've surpassed what you guys can offer me. And to top it off, you ain't offering me shit. But whatever it is you do offer me, it's not going to be enough. I have to go to another pasture, a greener pasture.
That's how I woke up this morning.
Yeah.
I think Evelyn can actually... I think he's good. In fact, I think he's really good. But I think he needs just a little bit more experience.
Because I want to ask you a silly question.
All right.
What is worse? When you don't have a belt and your pants keep falling, or when you have a belt, but it's too tight and it just digs into your belly?
Falling. See, there's a jersey. See the jersey? To the right, to the right, to the right.
I don't think I can see it. I just see Rudy Hernandez.
It was there for a long time. It was right next to him. There it is again. Don't tell me you can't see that.
Yeah, I can. I can't see it good, but I can see it a little bit.
Pulling up your pants sucks. Especially now when you have a cell phone in the other hand.
I know, but you're going to give me 10 seconds because this belt is just digging into me right now. I got to take it off.
Dude, all right. Yeah, that.
And when I take it off, like the skin around the belly just kind of goes, oh, for God's sake. Thank you. It's like it's getting choked.
But if it's that tight, why are you even using the belt?
Well, I had it on because I had to go out and do whatever. And I guess it's the way I've been sitting here for a while, leaning forward. And I've been feeling it for a while now, but we've been into the show and all that. And right now that I thought about it, I go, okay. But I know when I take it off, like there's just going to be like that belly overflap. That's going to be like,
I'll tell you when that's worse when you get back. I know what he's talking about. It does hurt. It kind of goes away right away though. But yeah, that initial feeling of relief. It's relief that it's over, but yeah, it still sucks. Jean Silva is now in the cage. A lot of theatrics from this guy, man. Just focus on the fight. Hope this isn't wasted energy because he's going to need it. Bryce Mitchell, if he can get some of his game plan going, it's not going to be easy to get past. Bryce Mitchell, of course, he's been through a lot as well with his idiotic comments that put him in hot water. And a lot of people say put him in this matchup. Let's see. George, fat thighs. When fat thighs rub together and they burn, whoa.
I haven't had that problem.
You've never had that happen before?
Fat thighs? No.
The inside of your legs rubbing together?
No.
Oh man, that 5K I did.
And I'm not pretending to say, I'm skinny. No, I just haven't had it.
Somebody back me up in these chats. That chafing hurts, dude. But nothing compares to a foot cramp in the middle of the night.
I used to make fun of people that got foot cramps, and I've been getting them a lot, but they don't hurt that bad. You know, part of me wants to say, man, Bryce Mitchell's going to get lit the fuck up.
It's possible.
But like I say, his style isn't easy either. And to be fair, just because we haven't seen Jean Silva's ground game much doesn't mean it sucks either. Like a lot of us didn't think Ian Gary was that impressive on the ground, and he was, you know, he was good, dude, against Shavkat.
Mm-hmm. Ian Gary was as impressive as you could be in a loss.
Oh man, this thing went. I can't bet it anymore.
See, look, Tango Tampa's got my back, so the inner thigh chafing is no joke.
You can hear it on chubby women when they when the pantyhose is rubbing, and they walk into a room and it's quiet like a meeting, and even they know it. It's like squeaking. Your shoes are squeaking. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, this guy."
George and
All
I,
right.
back in the day, we used to work in corporate America, where the worst thing that could happen to you, if you just weren't doing your job, if you were slacking off, you got in trouble, the worst thing that could happen was you would be sent to the office of George's best friend. So he could get away with murder. But I remember one of the things we used to do. So that's where I recognize the noise you're talking about. Where I remember they would send us in there, and he would just kind of say, like, we'd probably talk about sports for 5 minutes, look at ESPN.com, and he would say, hey, just look sad when you walk out. And us being the idiots that we are, instead of just taking the victory like anybody else would, we would fart as we were leaving the office and then tell his secretary he wants to see you. So she would come in, but every now and again you would get an, oh my god. All right, this fight's almost underway here. Mike Beltran is our referee.
I feel like I've said that a lot today.
Oh my god.
Mike Beltran's the referee.
Oh. There can't be a touch of gloves here. Are you being serious? He's gonna light him up if he tries to touch gloves.
Mitchell wants to engage. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. All right, 15 seconds in. Nothing's happened. Mitchell had a chance to really go into some legs. Maybe he thought he'd eat a knee or something. Now they're back to the center of the octagon. Now there's good space in between them, which is good for Silva. When you're up against the cage, man, a lot easier for that guy to get a hold of you. Both of them throwing a lot of kicks, side kicks, especially to the body. Mitchell just landed one to the thigh of Silva. Silva with a big roundhouse kick. Missed. About a minute in. Nothing really happening too much. But there's tension in the air, and that's good. Like a lot of you are holding in their breath, you can tell. Oh, I think I saw Elon Musk next to the president, right?
Yeah.
And I know Mitchell, considering I believe he's a huge fan of President Trump. He hates Elon Musk. So that'll be interesting if he wins and decides to go to that side like Reyes did. But so far, he's not doing anything that tells me he can beat Silva, because at some point, Silva's going to uncork some strikes. He just landed a nice kick to the body, and Mitchell fires one right back. To be fair, Bryce looks pretty fluid, man. with his kicks.
Yeah.
But still, the grappling's what's going to get it done here. I don't think with kicks he's going to get it done.
Silva's wasting too much time though, messing around. This is kind of unfight nerd-esque. I think they're very good at following game plans.
Well, but you did say a second ago, hey, calm down, take it easy, don't burn energy. And it could be that Silva's like, okay, let me just ease into this here.
Right, he's goofing too much.
Could be, but he's now starting to throw. And he's throwing 2-punch combos. And then I'll tell you what, Mitchell's now throwing the third leg kick. A pretty nice one at Silva. You never know when those might add up. Now it's Silva that's stalking Mitchell down. There's 2:20 left here in the first round. Mitchell gaining the space back to the center of the octagon. But John Silva is the one that's got the one-hitter quitter here. Now Silva is kind of making faces and, maybe playing a little too much. Bryce Mitchell did duck under here, tried to get a takedown, and Jean Silva sprawled and then delivered a mean elbow right to the spine, which isn't legal, but Beltran didn't say anything about it. All right, there's a little less than 90 seconds left in the first round. John Silva pointing at Mitchell. Really, really confident and cocky out there. Swinging his arms around, kind of like mocking him.
Damn, he just
pointing at the crowd. Maybe like, watch this. And he just landed a nice spinning back kick to the head of Mitchell. Mitchell ate it fine. Mitchell threw a nice punch, which caught Silva, and then ducked under for a takedown. Now Silva's got him in a guillotine, but I haven't heard too much. There goes Rogan with it's very tight. How many times have we heard that? Mitchell looks like he's going to get out of this. Oh, shit, it is kind of tight.
Yeah, it is.
Is he out? He's flopping.
Nah, I think he's good.
Okay. It looked like he was really flexing his back muscles, and then all of a sudden it felt like he went limp there for a second. Yeah, Silva's going to gas his. Yeah, he's out. And now there's 26 seconds left. Now Silva does get up, but he held it on for a long time. Goes, okay, now he's got a front choke on him. He lets that go. Looks like he could do another guillotine if he wanted. Mitchell's still going for a single leg. Mitchell firing off a couple missiles, misses. 5 seconds left. So John Silva will win this round. But
so
Mitchell look bad. Mitchell's taking some deep breaths right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so he's taking deep breaths. There are things he did in the round that weren't that bad. But yeah, Silva just looks quicker, stronger.
I bet you that choke was tight at one point. It really looked, unless he relaxed his body and knew to do that, it looked like at one point like he went limp there for a second and then he was revived. Okay, they're talking about Mitchell's low kicks. Now, hopefully Silva didn't gas his arms out. Oh, look at that kick goes. Boy, Silva's more well-rounded than I thought, man. It's all going to boil down to if Silva didn't gas his arms out here. He seems to be breathing okay. Silva's offering a fist bump to start the round. Silva, forget about that, man. He doesn't want to, and honestly, we don't want to see it. You guys don't like each other. Leave it at that. Punch each other. Oh, what a kick to the body by Silva goes.
I honestly think he wanted him to do that so he could sucker punch him.
Yeah.
Because nothing else makes sense. Like, you're right.
So Mitchell looks better than I thought. I want to give him that.
Oh,
big overhand. Oh, yeah, overhand left by Silva. He tells Mitchell to get up. He knocked him down. Mitchell does get up, punches him, and then goes for a takedown that fails. Silva very smart, but he's wagging his finger. He's maybe toying a bit too much, kind of like Nate Diaz style. He's talking to him. That kick to the body was mean by Silva. 417, 416, 415 left here in round 2. Silva's pushing him to, well, he was, to the cage. And now Mitchell is going for a single. And he's trying to trip him. He tries to take him down, but Silva's got great balance, doesn't fall. Now he's got his back to the cage. And he does have a hold of Mitchell's head. Scores coming in for 10-9 for Jean Silva. Nick Baldwin, Adam Martin, Korean John. Korean John didn't deliver a score, but it looks like the other two did. 10-9 Silva. I don't think anybody was disputing that. 3:42 left here in round 2. Mitchell pushing Jean Silva against the cage. Jean Silva again, maybe gassing his arms. Who knows? Mitchell tries to bring him down, almost like pulling guard, except he didn't have the choke. But it did get him out of the jam he was in. Now they're up and free. He kicks Silva in the leg. Now grabs a single. Silva has great balance. I can't give him enough. His athleticism is just on point. And now Mitchell's starting to break a little bit, Goze.
Yeah, he's searching for answers right now. Things are not looking good for him.
And Silva's kind of hunting him. Hands a little low. Looks like he wants to maybe deliver a spinning attack, a kick, a punch. I don't know. Silva from time to time does keep looking away and looking at the audience, almost like putting on too much of a show. He threw an overhand spinning elbow. I should just call it a spinning elbow.
He wants a dramatic finish.
That's what he wants. Yeah, a lead elbow was nice. Oh, Mitchell just tried to kick him in the leg and had nothing on it. This doesn't look good, goes for Mitchell here. He's starting to bleed out of his nose, and his body doesn't have some of that pop it had early on. Like, he's still kicking right now. Linear kick, body kick. And now, look, he went in for a takedown, and looks like Silva's very comfortable. Right away, he gets underhooks. He puts Mitchell up against the cage. He'll probably disengage. I don't think he'll try and take him down. And then he'll say, come on. And that's what he should do. Let's throw hands.
There's times where Silva goes wide with his strikes, and Bryce times it and gets underneath. He just can't get him. He can't move him. It's like a tree stump.
Look, he keeps failing with that single. Silva's just looking for the right spot to deliver a highlight here.
Now, see, normally, if this were any other fight, we would probably think it's okay, maybe a little odd. But the heat that the fight brings into it is what keeps us on the edge of our seats, right?
Yeah. And Silva's playing with fire a little bit, you know. I think Mitchell still has a fan base, too. So, you know, it's not like he's completely enemy number one. Oh, Anik said he's hurt, but actually right now, Mitchell's still got a hold of Jean Silva's leg. They're up against the cage. Maybe Silva did land something. We missed it.
This is tight.
Silva now's got a choke on Mitchell. Holy cow. He's got a nice choke on Mitchell. Oh, he taps. Jean Silva submitted Bryce Mitchell. And now he's standing over him. It looks like Mitchell's out. Oh, no. Mitchell's recovering. His eyes were open, but it looks like he's still like.
I think he kind of went out.
Yeah.
Probably just as he was tapping. Man, if I'm the Secret Service, I'd be kind of scared.
Okay, Rogan's saying something interesting. He's saying he did it like he was playing. Goes, he's right. He actually pulled it off. He was cocky all week. He played with him, and he still beat him in a way where none of us thought he'd beat him. We thought, oh, he's going to knock him out. Not too many people were saying, well, what if Silva submits him either? And he actually has a formidable submission game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have to agree.
Now he's talking to Ari Emanuel, the owner of the UFC. Told you, Goze, just stick with the fighting nerds, man. Until they let you down, just bet them. They're 18-0 since they've been around. What is he, Spider-Man? What is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, left hook grazed the head, but then he delivered a nice right hand. Boom, look at that. And then right here, he went in for the choke. He followed it all the way to the ground while Bryce Mitchell was trying to grab a single, spun him around, got the right angle, and kept twisting the head while squeezing Mitchell.
Yeah, he went out at the end.
He went quick. He went quick. He's out with his eyes open. Wow, dude. He jacked him up, man.
Gonna be tough to translate this interview.
That's 50,000, by the way. That's a nice finish.
You want to hear something funny?
Sure.
Had that Jim Miller fight not happened, oh no, we still would have lost to Xiaonan.
John Silva's a star, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Learn English, though, bro. Something. Kyle Brio can speak pretty good English.
Man, this guy's got to calm down.
Somebody needs to choke him out, huh? Just to calm him down.
Mm-hmm.
The Fighting Nerds were the 2024 Gym of the Year for MMA Junkie Awards. Not to be confused with Coach of the Year, which went to Mike Valley. Look at him. He grabs the mic. He's talking to the crowd. The crowd's popping.
It's hard to get the mic from Rogan, but lately it's been kind of happening, no?
Mm. Goze, he made it look easy, dude.
He did.
Holy cow. You know what he made it look like? Like a defense. Defense in football that knows the offense's playbook. Like,
Yeah.
he knew what was coming, how to defend it.
I think Bryce kind of
really impressive
too, though.
And Mitchell fought a better fight than I thought, and John Silva still made it look impressive. The only reason Silva didn't look impressive early on is because he just wasn't fighting. He was just playing, moving, feeling out the fight. But man, once he started really zeroing in, and this is despite the fact that we thought he might burn his arms out because he had that guillotine choke in round 1. And dude, he's got good cardio, and I don't know what to say. I'm just really impressed right now.
It was a really good performance. I mean, just about everywhere the fight went, he just looked the more comfortable fighter. You could see Bryce was kind of like deer in the headlights after a couple minutes, but early on he came to fight. It just ran into a freight train.
He says Diego Lopez is going to be the next champ. This is crazy, Goze, because the main event is the vacant featherweight title, and I'm a big Lopez fan and a Volk fan. I love that fight. So obviously, one of them's going to be a champ tonight. Mm-hmm. And then let's not forget Patricio Pitbull, probably the greatest Bellator fighter ever, comes over to fight Yair Rodriguez, a former interim champ. And then we had Dan Ige and Sean Woodson. So this is a big spotlight on featherweight division, right? But this guy right now, he made such a splash that I thought he still needed to take a level and then maybe get caught up in those names. He could possibly earn a title shot pretty soon, man.
He's getting
like
there.
On that type of trajectory.
Oh, there's Juliana and Kayla.
Oh, Natty. Okay, so he means national championships. There you go.
Did your
Florida.
screen just go blue?
It did. Okay, let me check my plays here. John Silva came in, Chandler, Lopez. Okay.
While you do that, I'll
I'm
give our
playing.
next play here. We got Yair Rodriguez minus 165. Pitbull, Patricio Pitbull. Yes, this is a UFC broadcast that he is on, not a Bellator or PFL. He's plus 135. Look, I think Pitbull has had a great career. I think he's a tough out. I honestly think he might have some problems, though, finding the range here on a Yair Rodriguez. I think I'm going to go Yair Rodriguez minus 165. I think Pitbull will give him a better fight, but what was that?
I don't blame you.
It's just an older cat. I think if you look at the matchmaking, there's a reason they put this fight together. So I'm going to go with all that. Minus 165. We're not doing too bad here on our place.
So we had Arosa, right? We lost Jim Miller, right?
Mm-hmm.
We lost.
We lost Jim Miller 3 times, though, is the problem.
What does that mean?
So I turned in the play of Jim Miller, that lost. But you had Jim Miller by submission, that lost. And then you had
no, we just lost just the fight. Yeah, just the fight. Arosa, winner. Miller, loser. Xiaonan, loser. But since then, oh no, we had Woodson, didn't we? No,
we had Ige, Reyes, Silva, and now we have
we
Yair.
won 3 in a row. So we're 4-2. But the 2 that we had, I believe, were under. No, Xiaonan was a favorite. One underdog.
No, Xiaonan was the underdog.
Here's UFC. I'm gonna go back to that in a second. It was UFC 315. Bilal Muhammad versus Jack Della Maddalena. This is on Saturday, May 10th. Valentina Shevchenko against Manon Fiorot. Jose Aldo against Ayman Zahavi. Alexa Grasso versus Natalia Silva. Benoit Saint-Denis against Joel Alvarez. I believe Gilbert Burns and Michael Morales was going to fight on this card, and that got shifted to another fight card. Okay. I don't want to be a Captain Know-It-All, but I just want to get it right.
I'm staring at it. It says Jandiroba plus 115. If you go to the top,
you are correct. Yeah, so those would have been smaller losses. There it is. Gilbert Burns versus Michael Morales, 5-round main event. It's a UFC fight night on May 17th. Looks like it's 1 week later. Okay. Not hating. So this coming up is the featured bout of UFC 314. Yair Rodriguez versus Patricio Pitbull Frady. For those that don't know, Patricio Pitbull Frady was a former Bellator, a multiple-time featherweight champ. He actually reached #1 status or Agent McKee did. Pitbull was up there, man. He might have. I'd have to go back and look at my notes. But I know one time when McKee beat him, he reached #1 in our stats when Volk was still kind of doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
And but he also went up to lightweight and won the title from Michael Chandler. So he was a champ for Bellator. And now he's 37 years of age. I think he would agree with us. He's past his prime probably. He's dropped a couple fights, but still hard hitter, good jiu-jitsu player. Let's see what happens. At least he can say he fought, in the UFC at some point. I think he was even willing to give up some money to come over. And to be fair, we can't discount him, man. Crazy stuff's going down tonight.
True.
I didn't think Xiaonan, I could see losing. If somebody told me she's going to lose, I'd say, man, maybe, right? But if you told me, oh, Verna's going to put it on her, like she's not even going to look like she belongs, I'd go, come on, you're going overboard. And that's what it looked like, Goze.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that went down that way either. Where do you have the card now?
It's about a B plus. Yeah. It's about a B plus. I can't say enough about Jean Silva.
It was a great performance. I mean, it just looked like a big brother and a little brother out there fighting.
And like I say, without going back to Mitchell and some of his latest controversies, Bryce Mitchell looked pretty good, man. Some of his kicks looked a lot better than they have. His takedown attempts had some explosion to him, but the other guy was on point. His balance was good. He'd grab a single and try and pull him down. No, the other guy would hop on one leg. He tried double leg and he got, either underhooks right away or a nice sprawl. I remember one time.
Mm-hmm.
And for the guy that was doing all the squeezing, dude, that guy had a lot of energy. In fact, right now, I'm telling you, if somebody were to say, well, yeah, but what's he going to look like over 25 minutes? I'd probably say, I think he's going to look all right because he didn't look one bit tired out there.
Right. He doesn't take much damage either. I don't know. All right. I mean, everything looks great. I don't think he can be that intense for big fights, but we'll have to see. But who wouldn't want stock on that guy right now?
I'm not even going to try and play games with like, how's Yair going to win? What I've heard is Yair's been gone for like 14 months and he's been immersed in wrestling. Like almost Damian Maya style. Just realizing I have a deficiency and I can't let this happen. Wrestle. And remember, he's got a great kicking game. Very, very adept striker. So I don't know. I think we're going to see a really solid Yair Rodriguez tonight. Now that doesn't mean nothing. All the wrestling in the world doesn't mean nothing if someone clips you, right? With the power this guy has, it all goes out the window. But
what do you think? What do you think's going through Pitbull's head right now? Is it just another day at the office, or do you think there's a little bit too? Hey, this is the big leagues, the UFC. I've always wanted to be here. What do you think?
What helps is this: he's beaten good fighters. He's beaten AJ McKee. He's beaten Michael Chandler. The only thing that sucks is he's also lost a few fights since then, but I think he knows he belongs. He belongs here. He knows it. We can connect the dots. It's just here. Let me pull up his record. It's just that, like I say, since those fights, he's taken a couple losses, and he might be on that decline a little bit. He'll be 38 in a few months. He's 37 right now. Who's he beating? Let's see here. Here's some names, man. Michael Chandler, Daniel Strauss, Emmanuel Sanchez, Juan Archuleta, Pedro Carvalho. I know some of you might be going, well, those aren't the top of the names, but those are pretty good names that Bellator has. Those are the equivalents of your Woodsons, right? Of the world, like a Sean Woodson, for example, or Anil Magny, or maybe top 15, top 20. He's beaten these guys. Jeremy Kennedy, he beat him. Adam Borix, all these guys that hold decent records. But some of these big fights are really, really older, like Daniel Strauss, Georgie Karakhanyan. That's Wilson Hayes, 2011. He's just been doing this for so long. And the two losses I'm talking about is Chihiro Suzuki and Sergio Pettis. In the Pettis fight, he was trying to be a 3-weight class champion by taking Pettis's bantamweight title. He had already won the featherweight and the lightweight. He's trying to go down, and he just looked lackluster. And then Chihiro Suzuki, he fought that one at 154 pounds. He got knocked out. That one was in Saitama, Japan, at a Super Rising show. Bellator and Super Rising kind of used to send fighters back and forth.
I mean, it should be a good scrap. I don't think it goes to the judges, though, do you?
Rodriguez looks like he's in great shape, Goze. No. I don't. This is a card. That's how you put a card together, man. You just stack it with stars. Fights that matter. Now, this guy, Yair Rodriguez and Diego Lopez kind of got into it. They're not fighting each other, as you all know, but they got into it at the UFC 314 press conference with fans. And basically, Rodriguez seemed to be holding on to something, and that was the fact that apparently one of his teammates got jumped by Diego Lopez's team. That's what he says. And another thing was he was asked in the UFC 314 pre-fight interviews, not the press conference, but the individual interviews, something along the lines of Lopez's success and how he's been embraced by Mexico and all that. Hang on, let me tell you guys this real quick. 32 years of age for Yair Rodriguez, 37 for Pitbull. Rodriguez 5'11", Pitbull's 5'6". Rodriguez weighed in at 146, Pitbull at 145. Rodriguez holds a 4-inch reach advantage, 71-67. So Rodriguez was asked about all that, and basically, just to kind of shortcut through it, he basically said, well, he's not really a real Mexican here. Like, I'm the real Mexican, and something along the lines of that. And that got brought up at the press conference, and then the old stuff came out, and that's why those two were getting into it. Now, the way the journalists went at it was by asking, hey, if both of you guys win, with that card coming up in September 2016, would Yair be a great opponent for you? And Diego said, how many fights has he lost in a row going into this one? And obviously the answer was 2. And so Diego's over said, like, no, he's not qualified, which, to be fair, he's not lying. But I think that was his way of kind of needling him back without really starting stuff. And that's when the other guy called him I think he said culon, pussy or something like that. And so that's when they started getting into it and bringing up old shit, like they say. I think it'll be good if Yair wins and maybe wins one more. But, man, I don't know. He could still fight at 316. Maybe someone else, and if the fight falls out, he might be in the right place at the right time. But I don't think he'd be the next opponent. That could probably go to Movsar Evloev.
It'd be hard to jump him.
Or John Silva. Who knows? But it ain't gonna be Yair, I don't think. Here's the dumb part. I have to say, I don't think it's gonna be Yair, and then I gotta say the following. But the UFC, you never know. They be doing stuff just like Danny Segura be tripping on Mondays. SBC spinning back click. Catch it, folks. It's live every Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Myself and Goze chop it up with our colleagues. We talk about the latest news, results, and we look forward to the fights that are upcoming. And Danny Segura, who's kind of like an SBC coordinator of our rundown and things like that, he'd be tripping on Mondays. But I think he digs it, Goze. I think he likes kind of being a hipster with some of his takes. Here we go. The fight's underway. We're 10 seconds in. What's your countdown, Goze? Tell me real quick. Let's figure it out.
44, 43, 42, 41.
Okay, I'm ahead of you. So I'll do this and then that. And we should be even. Yair Rodriguez is wearing the red trunks. He's out of the red corner. And Pitbull has yellow trunks on. He's in the blue corner.
Like I said, this ain't going to the judges based on this first 40 seconds.
Yair's 5'11", man. You can see he looks long. He almost looks longer than Woodson did over Ige.
There's not a lot to report. Whoa!
Oh, great kick by Rodriguez, but I think Pitbull threw something of his own. Boy, Rodriguez can kick hard, Goze.
Yeah, he can. That was it. Maybe we're gonna get this in spurts.
Yeah. Right now I'm showing 343, 342, 341, and 340. And folks, they haven't done much. They're just around that monster logo in the middle of the octagon, feeling each other out, switching their stances, soft kicks here and there. There was only one exchange where Rodriguez threw a hard kick to the body, and Pitbull looked like he uncorked the right hand, and then Rodriguez just went straight up the middle with a kick. I'm telling you, the way he turns his hips goes, then he just kicks right down the center with a front kick.
I don't know that Pitbull wants to hang around and just kind of. He doesn't have the head movement. He's got to initiate some sort of offense on his own. Because Yair kicks so quick and from so many different angles that one of those is going to get through. You can't just stand around.
2:45 left here in round one. They're still feeling each other out. If anything, Yair's throwing kicks. He might have grazed the cup. Pitbull acknowledges they touch gloves and they're back underway. Overhand right misses for Yair Rodriguez. Pitbull looks like he's a little bit goes like a deer in the headlights. I think he's realizing this guy's a problem, man. He's fast with those kicks and he can cover a lot of ground.
Yeah, but he's got to get in there and close that distance.
Like a jumping switch kick there landed for Rodriguez. Pitbull did manage to block it. Maybe Pitbull's still fighting off octagon jitters or nerves. Maybe he'll get going here in just a second. Sometimes some fighters don't get going until they get licked, but we'll see.
Pitbull's had Captain Eric Albarracin for forever, like utilize some of that wrestling, see where Yair is at with that.
Yeah, and at least he ain't getting kicked, right? If he's in close quarters like that. Oh, nice kick to the headlands for Rodriguez. He really hit it well. It landed, and man, Pitbull ate it. What a dome. What a chin.
You can't even tell that he took it.
Oh, now he kicked him in the body, and Pitbull laughs it off, kind of like it was nothing. Now they engage, and they're locked up. We'll see what this wrestling's all about. Has Yair gotten better? I don't know, but he just landed a knee. Pitbull tried to trip him, but misses. Goes Yair looks like he also added really, really beneficial muscle and strength.
Yeah, he looks good out there. But he looks like he's going for the home run. He's winning this round, but a great exchange from Pitbull could maybe turn things around. Like, it's not like a landslide either. It's just Pitbull's not really doing much.
Yair Rodriguez just tried to go right down the middle. Oh, now Pitbull catches one of his legs, and now he's on top of Yair Rodriguez. He actually caused Rodriguez to fall back, and now he's on top. He's inside control. I think he's going to try and keep him here for a second. There's only 20-some seconds left. I don't think it'll be enough to win the round because, if anything, it was just Rodriguez landing kicks. Pitbull hasn't landed any damage at all, but he could possibly at least.
He should have tried to land some kind of damage.
Shift some sort of that momentum to the next round. He could have tried to land some elbows, maybe, like Goze says, but not much here. Okay, he gets up. He's standing over here like, what's up now, partner?
He's saying back of the head. If you look at the back of his head, he does have a big red spot kind of in the back of the neck area.
All right, maybe we'll give that round to Rodriguez, but we can also say I think Pitbull's all settled in, Chandler knocked out Hooker in round one of their fight, if I'm not mistaken. So big name fighters, they'll rise to the occasion wherever it is. Ben Askren beat Robbie Lawler in his first fight. Playground choke. Look at that kick. That shin just landed on the head. Ooh, kind of on the nose, too. Well, come on, those aren't
those,
that big a deal.
they are to the back of the head, though.
Eh,
No,
that's the
it
ear.
landed right on. No, I mean that one, but the other one did land directly in the back of the head.
It was in slow motion too. It might have been a little bit more. All right, they high five. Looked like they talked it out. Round 2's underway.
Is it just me or is the crowd kind of?
I was just about to say that. Like the crowd seems out of it right now. Now remember, Rodriguez really slowed down in that Ortega fight, Goze, but I don't want to go on and on talking about, how great he looks, but he really does look good. Hopefully, not only wrestling, strength and condition, but cardio itself also was something that Rodriguez made sure he tightened up as well. Pitbull had missed with the strike, and Rodriguez kind of did the old, hey, where did that go? Kind of clowning on him. Yeah, Aaron needs to tuck his fingers in a little bit, I think, maybe.
Oh, nice left hand from Pitbull.
Yep. 4 minutes left here in round 2. Yeah, they're throwing just hands now. Uh-oh. Kick. Uh-oh. So there was a pause there. Rodriguez was saying, I didn't kick you in the nuts. Pitbull was kind of standing there looking at him like, what are you doing? And ref didn't do nothing, so they just continued. They're a little more active in this round right here. They're in the center of the octagon with 3:35 left here in round 2. Inside leg kick there by Rodriguez. Rodriguez fighting out of the southpaw position. Pitbull out of the orthodox. Pitbull lands a kick to the outside of the leg. Not as hard as the one Rodriguez just landed right after him. Man, if they had a karate, if they had a what do you call it?
Karate combat?
No. Well, that too. But if they had a Cobra Kai, they could just disguise Yair as a world champion from Mexico, man. They'd have some great scenes. He looks great. Whoever casted that girl that played LaRusso's daughter, they could not find someone else that looked like more of a striking phenom than her. Although the girl from Spain looked pretty good. And her karate wasn't bad either. What was the name of the guy from Holland, I think? Axel?
Something like that. Yeah.
Now, he looked like a beast. And that
nice
Korean guy,
from,
or that Japanese guy, he looked good too. I think it's Korean or wherever. But yeah, some of the other ones, man, it was like, okay, we're buying into this because you're actors, but
see, they have these moments where they just kind of stand in front of each other. They don't throw. Right now, Yair Rodriguez threw a powerful right hand and left, but just completely whiffed.
Oh, another kick to the head. Another one from Rodriguez. One to the head, one to the body. Both landed, but Pitbull took them both. Yair went right back to the head. He kicked too high, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Pitbull just landed a punch. Yair kind of stumbled, but I think he might have just lost his footing. They're back to the center of the octagon here with 1:20 left in round 2. It's a fun fight. It's not a great fight.
The problem is neither guy is really saying, like, look at this and what I can do beyond this.
Yep. Nobody is saying, hey, Jean Silva, hold my beer.
Mm-hmm. The crowd's flat, man.
Yeah, he's fast, man. His hands are really fast. He looks really, really good. Time off suited him well.
He's got to do more of that, though. Anytime he comes into distance, hit him with something. It's throwing Pitbull off his game.
But it hasn't stopped Pitbull. Pitbull's still going forward. Now Pitbull goes for a takedown and misses, and now he might get it. No, he still hasn't. And that's going to be a loss there.
Good defensive wrestling, though.
Yeah. these mind games, these subplots, whatever they're called. Pitbull's losing this one. He doesn't have the option to go to the ground. He's gonna have to strike to win this fight, it looks like. Now we'll see. Oh, look. Rodriguez gets Pitbull down. Oh, that's the end of the round.
It's going to be 2-0 Yair.
See, this is what I like is when we're in that B+ area, kind of hovering in the A-, and then you look, you're like, oh, dude, we still got Chandler and Pimblett.
Yeah, there's no way.
And the title fight, like, you know, like.
Yogi just walked in here, dude, with one of the funniest faces I've ever seen.
Let's look at 145 pounds. I'm going to tell you some names, Goze, and then you tell me. I think even if Rodriguez wins the night, ain't no way he's fighting in Guadalajara for a title. Like I said, he could be on the card, but he's not fighting for no title. Who do we got? All right, Topuria moved up. Volk's fighting tonight. Max Holloway's probably moving up. Evloev, undefeated. Yair follows him. Lopez might be champ, might not. Ortega, I think he's out of the sweepstakes for now. Lerone Murphy, he's another guy that laid an egg, and I was catching a lot of flack because I was giving him grief on spinning back click.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and again, I just call him like I see him. I thought he had a chance to maybe, like I say, tell Yair, move out of the way. Right now, I think John Silva might have gone ahead of Lerone Murphy, Goze.
I think so too.
You know, I mean, like maybe not in placement or ranking or whatever, but whatever it is that makes the UFC decide, can this guy sell a ticket? Can this guy sell a pay-per-view? That little formula, John Silva, I think, has it. Emmett lost to Lerone Murphy. Arnold Allen, we haven't heard from him lately. Bryce Mitchell just lost. Sterling took that loss to Evloev earlier. Yusuf Zalal also has been winning, but he's not.
His name's not sexy yet.
He cruised to a victory, you know. Chepe Mariscal, again, he's exciting, but he's kind of out there a little bit still.
Nice little combo. Didn't necessarily land from Yair Rodriguez. Pitbull still stalking, but he's not letting his hands go. Yair just landed a body kick. Now he just threw a 3-punch combo, ended it with a kick. The kick landed, nothing else did. Pitbull just threw a left hand to the body. Now they're starting to move a little bit more. Pitbull swings to the head, misses with a left hand, misses with a right hand. Ooh, landed a good left hand.
Landed one. Nice one. 330 left here in round 3. He landed a left hook, caused Rodriguez to fall down, but he got up so quick, it might have even almost looked like a slip.
He did hit him though, right?
Yeah, when he breaks that space and he's crowding him, you could tell Rodriguez is starting to think a little bit different. When they're in an open space and Rodriguez can get that kicking game going, that's when he's at his best. But when you take that space away, like Pitbull did a second ago, kick to the nuts? Nope, they high five. They're okay. They're almost refereeing their own fight, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
The ref's just going like, hey, man, let me know if you need me to step in. Nice overhand right there by Pitbull.
Oh.
Rodriguez tried to jump in with like a knee. Oh, he just knocked down Pitbull. Now he's on top, landing some strikes. He's trying to get separation, but Pitbull's hanging on. He's on top. He's inside of his guard. Pitbull's hanging on there still, though. He might be better off just saying, stand up. Now he's going to the body, but he's allowing Pitbull to recover. Throw some punches, but Pitbull eats them. Rodriguez still on top, trying to ground and pound his way to a victory. 2:10 left here in round 5. You know what I was thinking of? Oh, big elbows, 12-6 elbows too. And he's coming from the top, and he's just going straight down the middle.
Pitbull's in trouble.
Oh, man. Ref's taking a look.
Pitbull survives so far. He's holding on to the back of Yair's head. He's got a big cut on the bridge of his nose. They're both just throwing hammer fists at each other.
Oh, Pitbull went for an arm and he almost got it.
Oh, he's got
shit.
it. He bent his arm back a bit.
He did, yeah, but Yair pulled out of it. I didn't think it was as serious as it was, and it was. I think Rodriguez from a long time ago should have just said, "Just stand, Pitbull. I got you."
I know he didn't end the fight, but that arm definitely went backwards.
And now he's going for a leg lock. Don't engage Pitbull on the ground, man. He's dangerous too. Yeah, he's going for a heel hook here.
On the wrong heel, though, no?
Well, he's losing the steam now. He's going for a knee bar. I don't think he has it, though. Now he wants to go for a heel hook. The foot is isolated. Pitbull's out. Pitbull's now on his feet. 22 seconds left.
Crowd woke up.
Now the crowd's into it. Rodriguez is throwing his hands up. I don't like that. You're cruising to a victory instead of putting a stamp on it. He's doing what Kevin Holland did at Dana White Contender Series in season 1, and he didn't get a contract.
I was just about to say he's setting something big up, but he missed.
Yeah. Okay, go. So here's what I'm telling. Here's what I'm trying to make sense out of. In September 16th, the UFC is going to Guadalajara. If Lopez wins, he wants to fight there. Who would he fight? That's the question. Now, remember, we said Movsar Evloev hasn't lost. Why not him? You know, you have every right to think that. But the UFC also makes fights that can be convenient.
Mm-hmm.
Could you really see the main event of Lopez and Evloev? Like, I don't think I could. I don't think the UFC would risk that, because if Evloev just wrestle fucks him to death, you know what I mean? So that in that regard, I could see the UFC going, "Oh, there's heat." Because remember, Marlon Vera didn't deserve the first crack at Sean O'Malley's reign, but O'Malley did it because he wanted to avenge the loss, and they knew that was a lot fan friendlier of a fight than Umar Nurmagomedov or Merab Dvalishvili. Those guys had to wait.
Well,
so they could tell Evloev, "Hey, I got an idea. Why don't you fight Lerone Murphy?" And your Rodriguez fights Diego Lopez if Lopez gets past Volkanovski.
All of this potential starts right now. The second they give Yair that mic, which is what I think Hunter Campbell's probably telling him, you better open up your mouth, you better make a big statement, and you better call Diego Lopez out. Because you know what? Even if Lopez loses, they can still make that fight.
Yes.
Because there's heat. It doesn't matter if he's champ or not. It'd be great, but it doesn't matter.
I often wondered too if Holloway was like, you know what, man, I'm done. I lost to Poria. I'm moving up. Featherweight's not for me. And then Toporia's out of the way. And if Volk gets out of the way, I wonder if he goes, come to think it through again.
Mm-hmm.
All three judges scored 30-27 for Yair Rodriguez. Big win for him. 30-27 makes it sound like it was a whitewash, and it really wasn't. But again, I want to defend Pitbull. Maybe this was a little later in his career. Let me use the other example again. Ben Askren comes in, beats Hall of Famer Robbie Lawler, and then loses his next two, and he's out. Dan Hooker gets knocked out by Michael Chandler, and everybody thought, well, he's done. And look at him. All of a sudden, Dan Hooker's kind of a player in the lightweight division. So who knows if Pitbull wants to and will come back, but I wouldn't completely write him off either. It's not like Yair sucks. He's number 5 in our rankings.
Yeah. It's also a big streak. Not the one Yair's on, the one that we're on. We won another fight.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. He's referencing a conversation with Hunter Campbell. You win, you get the title shot in Guadalajara. Man, if you're Moser Evloev right now, you got to be tripping.
You're fuming.
And I wonder if Hunter Campbell's like, bitch, that was between us. Just do your call out. Don't throw my name into it, you know?
They were just talking through the cage.
Yeah. What can I tell you? I mean, we still need Lopez to get past Volk.
If we want it to be for a title.
And if Volk wins, maybe they will give him Evloev, you know, and give Yair to Lopez, like Goze said, match them up anyway. Because you know what? Now that I think about it, it's going to be tough for Marino not to be the main event, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think the whole reason Manel Kopp is fighting Brandon Roybal is because Alexander Pantoja is more than likely fighting Brandon Moreno for the fourth time. We got to check on Dan Tong. We've been talking so much about rematches. If he's been listening to the watch along, his head's going to explode.
He's going to kill us. All right, we got to make this next pick, George. Paddy Pimblett is minus 170. Michael Chandler is plus 140. Okay. If you look at the way the UFC does things, the way they call their shots, you would think that they're trying to use Michael Chandler's name to put over Paddy Pimblett. I don't think Michael Chandler is ready to go just yet. Experience, power. He's no fish out of water on the ground either. What he does do, though, is I think he tries to be more of an entertainer than a fighter. Yeah, I think that's been his Achilles heel here in the UFC. If he fights that way, then I think Paddy could catch him. But he has proven that he can go late into the late rounds and still be effective. If Michael Chandler goes out there and he is a mixed martial artist, blends all of his arts, he should have no problem. I don't know which one's going to show up, but my brain says Paddy Pimblett. My heart says Michael Chandler. I'm going to go with my heart tonight, George. Michael Chandler plus 140.
Well, let me tell you something. A lot of the sharps I talked to also said that's the play. So that's good. Like, even though there's some emotion in this one, a lot of knowledgeable people that break down fights all the time, they're all over it too. And this is a big make or break for Paddy Pimblett. This could catapult him big time. Rafael Fiziev came up short a few years ago against Gagey. Then they fought again recently and didn't go his way. Benoit Saint-Denis came up short against Dustin Poirier. Dustin Poirier went to a title shot, and now another young guy, Paddy Pimblett, is trying to get one over on Michael Chandler. We'll see how that goes. See this goes. Are you getting a promotion for Mobland on Paramount?
Yeah.
I've been watching it. Not bad.
Good.
Not bad. Yeah.
A lot of people said it's good.
It hasn't reached great status or can't miss status, but it's not bad. So Yair Rodriguez won. Bernard Kyle Hugh. He's asking. He said he missed it. He won that fight. Up next is Paddy Pimblett against Michael Chandler. We're taking Michael Chandler in this one. I got a parlay going, Goze. It's 2-0. Chandler's another play.
Then either you or Billy are going to be happy because he has a parlay going and all he needs is Paddy to win by decision. I've got a decent amount on Chandler. Pimblett keeps his chin up too much, in my opinion. I think Chandler is going to touch it. It has happened before, right? He's been staggered before. I can't disagree with that take. Oh, wait, I don't need Paddy. I just need over 10 minutes. I hope nobody has Chandler by knockout because Paddy can't get knocked out.
Scousers don't get knocked out.
Nope.
I don't know about you. I could have sworn I saw Liverpool get knocked out of the Champions League a few weeks ago. And the FA Cup. I think it was the same week, too. Molly McCann's never been knocked out, I don't believe. At least not in the UFC. Darren Till did by Jorge Masvidal in London. See, like the fighting nerds, they can say, we don't lose in the UFC. And then the rest of us would be like, what? They're right. But as soon as he said that, I thought, okay, who's from Liverpool? And I started remembering a few names. I was like, wait a minute. Till got knocked out by Masvidal, like right away. That one's over.
Two more fights to go.
I think Paddy's legit. I've seen him at Cage Warriors. I've seen him through the UFC. We'll see what happens here.
But what does legit mean to you? What does that mean? Because legit to me means he deserves
fighter. I think he's a top 10 fighter.
Top 10, I agree with you. Top 5, I still have questions.
Yeah, I'll say this. I don't think he's nowhere near Islam, but then I don't think too many people are. Yeah, that's not a knock on him. See, here's the thing. Paddy can beat any of these guys except for Islam, I think, and maybe Oliveira.
I think he'd have problems with Poirier.
What you can't do is go through all those guys and then make it to Makhachev. Like, that's a hard road. I haven't seen the type of skill set that tells me, he can do all that. But what Danny Segura said on Spinning Back Click, if Paddy Pimblett wins, I could see him fighting for a title. Well, if all you got to do is beat Chandler and then you get a title shot, well, hey, anything can happen. But even then, like I say, Islam Makhachev is very formidable. But if you got to go through Chandler and then fight Poirier, and then fight Arman Sarukian, and then Islam, no, come on. I don't see that happening. Plus, this kid's still young.
That's his advantage.
I mean, Charles Oliveira has he's got double-digit losses in the UFC. And then he peeled off 10 in a row and won a world title and defended it a few times. Nobody ever thought he'd get good, and he did. I think Charles Oliveira lost to Jim Miller 15 years ago. And a few other guys, Paul Felder, Cub Swanson. He wasn't as good as he is now. But he got better, man. And he could wrestle. He always had the submission game going. And then all of a sudden, his Muay Thai, his striking became incredible. I could see Paddy maybe doing something like that.
Possibly. I'm glad that they said he got away from the weight gains.
You didn't like Paddy the Fatty?
No. Although with all these dispensaries, I'd definitely get some kind of sponsorship with that.
Boy, these betting sites, man, they got to do a better job of holding on to the fight until it really goes. We still got a walkout here going. I mean, UFC pay-per-views are so big that you have to have a good idea of, maybe they programmed for the fight to already go by 8:45 p.m., but it hasn't. So why are you taking it off the board? Boy, he's got some fans, doesn't he?
Oh yeah.
Can't take that away from him, that's for sure.
Paddy's feeling this music. Hey George,
Yep.
do you want to take a 1-minute break and walk over to the air conditioner?
What does that mean? Oh, and turn it on?
Yeah, it's hotter than a mug up here.
Goze. We can laugh it off because the Dodgers have been doing a lot of winning lately. But let me just say, if you had the LA Dodgers plus 15.5 today against the Cubs, you lost.
That should
You lost
never ever
16
happen.
to nothing at home.
Do you remember in Little League when they had the mercy rule?
I do.
People would get waxed, sent home crying. One time, George had to coach one of my Little League games, and he was on the good side of the mercy rule. So I think the mercy rule was you can't score more than 10 runs in an inning. And we scored 10 in the first and 10 in the second. And then the coach showed up. You know, he was just going to be late. And I remember he said, he was, how's it going or something? And George told him, it's 20 to nothing. It would have been a lot worse if it wasn't for this fucking mercy rule.
I said that?
Yeah. I think you even told him, like, you can just go home if you want. I got this.
Told you, man, a good walkout song is awesome. Chandler getting the dark out treatment. Oh, he's rocking the red, white, and blue. I can't tell what the song is. Can you?
I barely have the volume up.
There you go. Soak it up. Get some fans behind you. A lot of people showed up for the first time. They don't know what they're doing.
I wish I had fans behind me right now because it's hotter than.
Oh, yeah. I'll do that in just a second.
I think he said his dad was. Yeah, there's his dad.
Anik just made up a word. He said his explosivity.
It's not a word?
And trust me, I ain't. It might be. That's
No,
why
it
I'm
would
not going to
be
go to the bank with it.
It would
His
be
explosiveness.
explosiveness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ain't going to go up against John Anik. He's a wordsmith for sure. But I think, you hear a couple, you're like, hold on, what was that? But after that Shat story, I ain't trying to bet anybody. Might cost me what little hair I have left, or I don't know.
I told Nolan I would grow a mustache because he had said that he could see Bryce Mitchell getting the bonus tonight. I told him I'd grow a mustache if that happened. So our pick is Michael Chandler plus 140 for this fight. This is your co-main event. Both guys are in the cage. It's still hotter than a mug up here. And this fight's going to be underway here in about 3 minutes.
That's like 10 minutes that people could have been making bets, and the books took them off. We are live. Lord Henry in the chat says Paddy's getting whooped.
I would have never thought a guy named Lord. I thought he'd go the other way. Lord Henry. They're bringing it with the names today. I like it. Henrys are Hanks, right? Or Hanks
Yes.
or Henrys? Sorry.
Yep. Jacks or Johns.
I didn't know about that one.
And according to Ray Fines, Ralph's or Reyes. Like, my name's George, but I don't say, you can call me Gary. Just ignore the whole spelling of my name and call me something else.
Gary.
He wants to be referred to as Ray Fines, but it clearly says Ralph. Goes clearly. Like a lot, you know how they go, like John, Jon, like John Orlando, for example, our buddy, or John Anik, or the more traditional John. Oh, why that one? Well, the H is silent. Okay. But Ray, Ralph. So the L, the P, and the H are just silent. And we gotta make a Y sound, because if you take out the L, the P, and the H, he's just raw. Remember that club at the Luxor? R-A, raw.
Mm-hmm.
We still gotta say Ray and ignore those 3 letters.
I forgot about Raw.
Kerry Hatley's gonna be the third man in the octagon tonight. Paddy Pimblett's out of the blue corner. He came out first. Red corner always comes out second. Those are your champions, your bigger names. They decide to touch gloves. And of course, Chandler's coming out of the red corner. He's got black tights on. Paddy Pimblett's got red tights on. Little UK versus USA. Fans are loud. They're into it. Okay, Paddy Pimblett really does look pretty lean. Joe Rogan just said it, but so does Michael Chandler. He looks in great shape as well. I didn't get you guys at the tail of the tape, but you can tell there's a reach advantage and height advantage for Pimblett. And they both had to weigh at least the 156. I don't think anyone went to 155, but I know no one missed weight.
I wish you would have, because Chandler
kicks.
There's like an angle where Chandler looks small or something.
Oh, great kick by Paddy Pimblett. Goes. Holy cow. Oh, Chandler came in kind of ducking and then all of a sudden threw a big overhand right. And Paddy Pimblett back to the legs. That's at least 3 solid calf kicks. Now, Chandler's had a problem with calf kicks in the past. Brant Primus, who fights over at PFL, did a number on his legs one time. Oh, nice takedown from Michael Chandler. Well, he got him down. Okay, he's fighting smart. He's right in front of his coach, Henry Hooft. He's got Paddy down. Let's see if we can get some ground and pound out of here. I don't think he's going to out jiu-jitsu him, but maybe some ground and pound. Nice knees there by Chandler. Paddy Pimblett's trying to work his way back up to his feet, but Chandler's just got a good hold around his body, like a body lock.
Mm-hmm. This is the Michael Chandler that Paddy Pimblett should fear. If he sticks to a game plan like this, it's not going to be good for him.
But see, if he doesn't get hooks in, this guy's going to get up, and I don't think he wants to get hooks in anyway. He needed to be on top of him with Paddy on his back. I don't think this is going to get too far. Only some ground and pound. He should go underneath the armpit, but if he does, he's obviously letting go of the body lock.
Get back up.
Now we're down to 2:46 and 45 here of round one. You got to give it to obviously Michael Chandler with the takedown, a little bit of ground and pound. And honestly, Paddy did land a few kicks there before all that. Paddy's trying to get a Kimura there on Chandler. Chandler's going to pick him up.
You could drop him on his head. Nope.
Okay, Chandler wrestles him back to the ground. Paddy lets go. Chandler with some ground and pound. They're up against the cage. Paddy's back to his feet with 2:15 left. Michael Chandler's pressing him up against the cage. He just threw a knee at Paddy's legs. Nothing done there. Again, both back on their feet. Chandler goes knee inside of the thigh of Paddy Pimblett. They're still up against the cage with 150 left here in round one. It's kind of like a stalemate. Oh, whoa. Paddy Pimblett leaps up in the air and gets Chandler down. He basically pulls guard. Now Chandler's on top in a full guard, right?
I think he was trying for a triangle, no?
Yeah, and now forget all that now, folks. It happened really quick, but now they're back to their feet.
I think he was hoping for a triangle, but that was what the sequence that led to them disengaging.
Oh, great kick by Paddy Pimblett to the back of Chandler's calf. Now, Paddy is throwing some offense. Oh, Chandler lands a big overhand right.
That kick is worrying me, though, George.
I know. And Paddy does have some decent kicks. The ones with the legs have been really good. His hands aren't that nice. They're improved, but Chandler's got way better hands. They just look a little awkward, but remember, his bread and butter is his ground game, but he's getting somewhere with these kicks. I don't know if the punches are going to be what wins the fight for him. They're very telegraphed. They're not thrown in combos. It's just one at a time. He's reaching with the jab. The chin's is still out there. There's 30 seconds left here.
But look at the way Chandler's circling. Look at him switching stances from time to time. He does not want to get kicked in that leg anymore. If you look at it, it's already welted up.
It sure is. But Goze, I think Chandler's punches have been maybe the most damaging, along with the takedown. Oh, Pimblett just landed a knee.
And a good right hand.
Crowd goes nuts. Chandler's looking at the clock. Okay, kick to the butt by Pimblett. They shake hands. Kind of a tough round to score. The biggest punch was Chandler. Chandler did get a takedown, did have a little riding time, didn't threaten with a submission, didn't improve his position.
He did have some ground and pound, though.
A little, yeah.
I think it's a Chandler round.
I think so, too. Is he kind of struggling to the chair there? Like maybe the leg hurts? Don't stand in front of him. Go side to side. Instructions from his coach, Henry Hooft. Paddy's hands have gotten better, but they could get him in some trouble here. Goes. He leaves his chin out. But look at these kicks to the calf. Chandler timed one of the leg kicks really nice. Yeah, he's making him pay every time he throws that kick, and that's good.
Well, not if you're Chandler, because they don't get knocked out. So why even throw that?
All right, with 20 seconds in, Chandler's the one that's doing some hunting. He throws a nice left and right hand hooks. Paddy answers them as well. Now, neither guy really connected, but that's what they were both throwing. Paddy goes to the belly there with a jab. Overhand by Paddy, but he's kind of reaching with him. His footwork's a little awkward again. I don't want to keep going and beating that to death, but it is. He reaches a little bit with his arms. He kind of swings with his arms and that chin's out a little. Now he just landed another leg kick on Michael Chandler. So Michael Chandler's got to get going here with the offense. Paddy threw a nice couple kicks, but Chandler blocked him. He did back up Chandler now. There's 3 minutes and 48 seconds left here in round 2. Ian O'Neill scores 10-9 for Pimblett. Henry Cejudo, 10-9 for Chandler. Nick Baldwin, 10-9 for Pimblett.
Huh. I don't know about all that.
Theo Vaughn informed us that it's a war. Thanks for your contribution, Theo Vaughn. You're a comedian, a brilliant mind, a funny guy, and you just told us it was a war.
You know, what Paddy has been able to do with that calf kick is kind of dictate the pace of the fight now. Now he's got Michael Chandler reacting.
Oh, kick to the nuts. Sorry, folks. I don't want to get you too excited. Kick to the nuts by Michael Chandler. Pimblett's like, oh, man.
That's something that Michael Chandler has been criticized of, right? I don't.
I mean, straight on, dude.
They were both engaging in kicks, but still, you know.
I wonder what he thought he was doing with that. Unless he thought he was going to go and touch the chin like he did with Ferguson, and maybe he was going to step into it.
I think he was trying to go up, and they just, the timing of both legs coming at the same time.
All right, so they seem to have high-fived it out. Pimblett did give him a look like, come on now. Because remember, Pimblett compared Chandler, and Chandler's taking some heat from Pimblett and Poirier and others saying he cheats. Chandler said, hey, look, I was trying to get that leg up, a la what I did to El Kakui. Pimblett landing a kick to the head, but see, Chandler's blocking him. Chandler threw a couple strikes, and now he's wrestling, and he gets Pimblett to the ground. Pimblett didn't land an elbow while he was down there. Chandler again trying to put him down, and he does.
That's his recipe. I mean, he's been able to do it twice now, but you got to get better positioning out of it, right?
You do. And because he chooses not to kind of get the hooks in and all that, he's wasting a lot of energy, and right now he's on the receiving end of some elbows, and boom, he puts him down again.
There you go.
Okay, there's a hook. Now he better not fall off. Oh, he's going to fall off. And now he could be in some trouble because Paddy Pimblett's on top. And maybe that's why, Oh, yeah. See, now Paddy Pimblett's on top. He's going to squeeze right now and possibly choke him. They're up against the fence. And there's a lot of time left. At 1:55 left in round 2. He's trying to set up an arm triangle. Now, the side he needs to get to, Chandler's basically up against the fence, so it's going to be tough to do it. And Chandler's been in a lot of pickles before, so I'm not saying it's curtains yet, but he does have a good grasp around him. Remember, he's long-limbed, so it can't be a picnic down there. But what he's slowly doing is securing the round. Now Paddy Pimblett's got a knee on belly.
That one mistake cost Michael quite a bit there.
The hooks, yeah. And I kind of like that he wasn't putting in the hooks, but he wasn't doing much with the ground and pound. So I thought, well, maybe get back to standing. That's all he's been saying is he can't take my power, At least he's not in trouble. He's not in a threat to get submitted yet, but now he's basically cleared the legs. Oh, now he's taking his back. And he's got hooks in. Okay, Chandler could be in some trouble now. Oh, some big ground and pound for Paddy Pimblett on Michael Chandler. They're all getting blocked, it looks like, but you never know with some of these refs. Uh-oh, now he could be under the chin. Uh-oh. Crowd's going nuts. He's not under the chin, though. Chandler's defending. There's 36 seconds left here in round 2.
Body triangle. This is bad news for Michael Chandler. He did leave his neck open, though. He's lucky he didn't get caught.
Chandler used to have a nice spin move when he'd get his back taken, even if there was a body triangle. But he needs to just survive, Goze. Give up the round and just survive. And hope you weren't down 2-0. I think he's going to get out of this because there's 8 seconds left. And he seems to have control of Pimblett, but Pimblett's just scoring points. I wouldn't say it's crazy damage, and I definitely don't think it's a 10-8, although then last couple elbows were nasty.
He opened him up a little bit in different spots. Not big cuts, but cuts, no?
Yeah. All right, let's see what the live bets say here.
But you see, like, the things that have transpired in this fight are exactly what I think the UFC matchmakers were looking for when they booked this fight. Once you get past a certain number, all you have left are killers, right? But of those killers, you have a guy that sometimes does make these types of mistakes where your guy can capitalize. And I think that's kind of what's been playing out here in this fight.
Live betting has.
He wants his shirt off.
I can't get a line bet here, a live bet line. I think it's 1-1 Goze after this first round, these first 2 rounds.
Yeah. It should be. You know, I wouldn't be shocked, though, based on those scores that we got flashed. Maybe one judge gave it to Pimblett round 1. But the momentum is definitely in Pimblett's favor.
Pimblett is now going after Chandler.
He opened up that
early
eye
in the round, and he's kicking him. He's landing kicks. Chandler's running away, and Pimblett keeps running at him with jumping kicks. Oh, Chandler just threw like a Superman punch at Pimblett. Chandler's bleeding, and Pimblett's now starting to just kind of touch him, which is good.
Ooh, their heads hit.
And now Pimblett's trying to get Chandler on the ground. He might get lucky with it. Oh, he's strong, man. He gets Chandler on the ground, takes his back. 4:12 left here in round 3. But Pimblett's rising to the occasion, Goze. And now these elbows that he throws are really, really nice.
That eye's going to have some bad swelling on it. There's a really bad cut under Michael Chandler's eye, his left eye.
But it's still a winnable fight if he can get out of this, get up, and out-punch him for the rest of the fight. Problem is he's damaged, he's getting tired, and his left eye is going to start closing right now because he's got a mouse underneath it. It's really gnarly, and what I don't want is for Chandler to get caught up in this whole gladiator, are you not entertained? You could still win the fight, because if he won round 1, he can come back and win round 3. He's down in round 3, but, it's not over.
So right now, man, just a lot of blood coming out of Michael Chandler, out of his nose, out of his eye. Here's what's interesting, though. Remember, this is a 5-round fight.
Oh,
that was back in the head.
The back of the head. Pimblett just landed a mean elbow to the back of the head. I'm surprised Henry is not working the ref. He's right there. He could have maybe at least got him to stop the action.
Well, remember, this is 5 rounds. Had this been a 3-round fight, which a lot of times your co-main event is a 3-round fight, this would probably be a win for Paddy Pimblett.
And I feel like a fool because I totally forgot that. Yeah, you're right. So he's got to just get out of this round and see what happens. But we still got a lot of time left. 2:45 left in round 3. Pimblett doesn't even look like he's breathing hard. But he's really, really hurting Michael Chandler slowly but surely. He's mixing in some elbows. He's threatening the submission game. Chandler just looked up at him like he didn't like what he felt for whatever reason. I don't know. He's thinking Pimblett did something illegal. I saw one elbow that I didn't like. Oh, Pimblett keeps going back, man. He softens him up with elbows, and then he goes underneath the fence. Chandler looks like he's swallowing blood. Chandler looks like he's trying to talk to him. But Pimblett is just really walloping the guy.
Oh, you got to be careful.
He's covering him up right now. A lot of punches are kind of coming through, but Chandler's fighting. He's covering up. He's covering up. He's covering up. He's covering up. The ref's taking a good look. A lot of ground and pounds coming in, and it's over. The referee stops it. Kerry Hatley stops it. It's over. Paddy Pimblett looked very impressive, folks, especially with the ground and pound.
He
The
looked
boxing,
phenomenal.
not so much, but the kicking, the knees, the ground and pound, the pace looked good, man.
Ooh, he fell down off the cage. You know, that stoppage, to be clear, Michael Chandler was not probably close to being knocked out or really out of it. He just absorbed too many shots. And
Yeah.
now this is the time where we can point to that 12-6 elbow. It's such a vicious move that even though he blocked some of it, the aesthetics of it coming down repeatedly over and over and you not doing anything puts you that much closer to getting a fight ended. Like that just looked nasty. You can't blame the referee for stopping that. Paddy's dancing
Wow.
right now.
That was something else, man.
George, that all comes
I
down to
mean,
one mistake that Michael Chandler made in round 2 was the beginning of the end.
I don't like that Chandler agreed to 5 rounds, honestly. I like at some point I think you got to use your leverage. Sure, I'll co-main event against this younger guy, but man, like, why does it need to be 5 rounds? Didn't matter. It ended in the 3rd, but you could tell if it made it to 4 or 5, wow, he was going to be really, really exhausted.
Mm-hmm. Man, that's really rough. His father's in the corner. He had brought out his kids, I think. One of them at least.
Yeah. He's a good guy, Goze, honestly.
Hmm?
You know, he's got confidence bordering on cockiness and arrogance or whatever. And so for a lot of people, no, I don't need that in my life. But this is a fight game, and this is what entertains. That's why he had a loud pop walking out. He's going to get a lot more fans. At one point, his manager, Graham Boylan, told us he's more popular than Leon Edwards and Tom Aspinall when Leon Edwards was champ. He's like, my guy's more popular than the champs. Sometimes I find it hard to believe, although right now Aspinall seems to be in a prime position to really become a megastar should he fight John Jones and win. And of course, the next question would be, what's next for Pimblett?
Oh, that's a good question. There's no looking back. That's for sure.
And here's the thing, Goze, you know, his wrestling was almost right up there with Chandler's.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these guys are closing the gap, especially these young guys that are big and strong and they fill in their strength and conditioning. They just grab you and throw you down because it's not traditional wrestling, right? Two bodies get locked up. If I'm stronger than you, I might just pick you up and throw you down. He really, really controlled him.
George,
See, Chandler had trouble controlling Pimblett, but Pimblett had no problem controlling Chandler.
here is the issue. He looked tremendous in this fight, right? Good win over Michael Chandler. So let me ask you this. Paddy the Batty.
He says, I want Dustin, Justin, Charles, or that little posh boy Armin. Okay, he did his job. He goes, Charles is the biggest legend out of them all. I mean, I guess he's right. He's beating all those other guys. He says, me and Charles. He goes, fuck Armin. He's a sausage.
Okay, but here's my question.
Sure.
All those names he brought up, who would you favor?
So between Pimblett and Justin, one at a time?
Start there, yeah.
Pimblett.
On all 4 of them?
not Poirier. If the Poirier that fought Makhachev comes up, he's tough. Armin, dude, this guy looks strong, man. He's big. He really impressed me right now. I don't like him against Poirier or Charles.
I can agree with that. I think he's got a
But
shot
maybe
with Justin.
Sarukian and Gaethje.
Yeah.
But I think of the toughest one would be Sarukian, of between him and Gaethje, because that wrestling he really applies it. But as you saw on the ground, like Pimblett's really tough to control, and jeez. And look at him right now, man. He's not really lumped up at all.
Mm-hmm. Man, those high fives though. Gotta be a lot of blood on that hand. All right, main event time. It's back on you. You got to close us out.
Shaq O'Neal's there. Who else is that? Cooper DeJean. Colby Covington. Ted Cruz. I didn't think he was going to go. I thought he was in Cancun.
Find out who he's picking and then go against in the main event. Isn't he kind of cursed with that?
Ted Cruz?
Yeah, you haven't heard about the Ted Cruz jinx?
I thought it was Drake or something like that.
I guess he went to the University of Texas.
That's right. That's
Texas
right.
Tech. I think like a Spurs game or something. Like he's bad luck. They don't want him around or something. All right, who you pick for the main event?
Hold on, I'm taking my lumps here on the betting scene. Okay, I'm just gonna go with Diego Lopez. I didn't like him when he first came out, and he has been amazing. And I think he's very explosive and dangerous. If the fight gets into the third round, I'll probably start tearing up the ticket. But I think for 2 rounds, he's gonna give Volkanovski hell. And man, when he throws hard. Volkanovski took the appropriate time off to recover from them 2 licks he took. Makhachev and Topuria back to back within 3-4 months. He took about 14 months, I think, since then. But this kid's younger, hungry, and I think he learned a lesson from getting tired against Dan Ige. I think he figured I got something I need to address. The way Rodriguez addressed wrestling, and Paddy addressed, freaking cardio or whatever his problems were. These young guys they can get better, So give me Lopez goes by KO.
Gotcha. Oh, and by KO?
Yeah. Although he's good on the ground too.
By KO is plus 300. And your straight line is plus 135.
I got a parlay here. 37 pays 156. I need the fight to go Diego Lopez plus 130 to under 3.5 rounds, which is also plus 130. I can handle that.
Man, I'm afraid of what's going to happen when I stand up.
Did it finally cool down for you?
Yeah, thank you. George, you see my background, right? Can you name, without looking it up, every single one of those Mike Tyson's Punch-Out characters?
Well, no, I can't name them all. But
come on, I think you can. No,
I imagine there's Don Flamingo.
I mean, start from the beginning.
I can't see them very well. So can I just say the names? I figure they're in there.
Sure.
Don Flamingo, Super Macho Man,
Mm-hmm.
Bald Bull.
Yeah.
What was that first guy? Joe Lunch Pail or something like
No.
that.
I'll give you points for Joe.
What was his name?
Glass Joe.
Glass Joe. Yeah. I think those are the only ones I can name.
So you're missing Von Kaiser, Little
yeah.
Mac.
I would never known him.
Well, he's the main character. You play as Little Mac. Piston Honda,
I remember that name.
Great Tiger, King Hippo, Soda Popinski, The Sandman, and Mike Tyson.
Okay.
You didn't play a lot of Punch Out, did you?
I did. I think I even beat Tyson.
Come on. Really?
Yeah, I had to fight. I remember what I got stuck on was that big guy that would charge at you. And so I think what we figured out was you needed a nice little well-timed jab, and boom, it was curtains.
Mm-hmm.
And then I remember thinking Super Macho Man's going to be really, really tough, and he wasn't as tough as some of the other guys. I had way bigger problems, I think, with Bald Bull than Super Macho Man. And then with Tyson, I must have won like 1 and 999, but I think I did get him one time. I feel bad for Chandler.
Yeah. A loss sucks. The way it happened sucks. To a younger cat sucks. There's nothing to be happy about there.
Yeah. Can Lopez beat him in round 1?
I don't think so. I think what's happened to Volk as of late is gonna make him fight a little bit more with a little bit more strategy. I think he's gonna take his time. So I'd lean more towards no.
I'm gonna go for it. Goes 60 to win, 5-10.
Damn.
Lopez by KO in round 1. What's the point of living? I could get hit by a truck tomorrow.
I mean, there's a lot of stupid things I could do if I thought like that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm 55. I mean, like, let's go. It's not like if it happened, you'd go, oh my God, hold on. Is the fix in? I mean, Diego Lopez comes out strong, dude. Like my cousins in Peru say, sí o no?
Yeah, but I'll root for you. We'll see.
I like this song. See, even the fans like it. They're singing along. I bet you there's white people singing along. It's got flavor, you know? Even if you're not singing along, you're doing this, right, Goze?
Yeah.
A good walkout sound, a good nickname, connect with the fans. Right before you go in the octagon, turn around, face the fans, and wave them on. Wanderlei Silva was a master at that. Uriah Faber was a master at that. Alistair Overeem had one of the best walkouts. I remember he waited right there, right where Diego Lopez is at, in a spot for a song to actually drop. It was an EDM song. The song wouldn't drop. It just kept going like dun, 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 dun. I remember I know Dana White had to been going like, what the fuck? Get this thing, we got to get this thing going. Get him out of here. And he just
We
kept
were
going like
sitting
this,
right by him,
winding it up. And then finally when it did, oh man, all the fans went nuts. It was at the Mandalay Bay, and I think it was against I know who it was against. It was against Bigfoot Silva. Bigfoot Silva beat him. And it's not easy to do, but he did it, man. He's won over. He's got 2 countries that root for him. I bet you Rodriguez is going to stand there as Volkanovski walks out.
Mm-hmm.
Remember how when Rudy was getting ready to walk out on the field, and that black guy that was the field coordinator or whatever, he kind of looked at him and nodded. That's Jair Rodriguez. He's probably gonna say, "Knock this fool out." You can tell he don't like Lopez. Hey Volk, knock this fool out. Thinks he's hard and shit. Thinks he's one of us. Show him what time it is. Except he's saying it in Spanish. Enséñale que hora es.
I wonder why he's I mean, look, if that's true about his buddy getting jumped, then yeah, I totally get why they wouldn't like each other. But Diego Lopez hasn't really at any time tried to claim he's a Mexican. He's always very grateful about living in the country and respecting the country, but he's never like try to pretend he is. Like, he says he's Brazilian, like I think he's just probably mad about I mean, obviously he's trying to set something up for the future, but at the same time, I would only have to lean on the fact that if that story's true and his buddy did get jumped, then yeah. But that other angle, I don't see that much.
Plus, Lopez,
it's a nice guy.
You see his crew? They look like a nice group of guys. Like, they didn't look like the hardest Mexicans ever or whatever. Like, hey, is this a cartel? Or I mean, it just looked like a bunch of dudes that are down for each other, and it didn't look like a group that would jump one guy 10-1. Another great walkout, classic song. People are singing along. Now, if he does it right when he pops through the tunnel, it's perfect. Right here, watch. Right now. Oh, where is he?
It's on
screen. There you
screen.
go. Pop out of the tunnel at the right time. Or is he still in the tunnel?
He's still walking in the back.
Okay, then you got to slow down and wait for the next time.
He's fighting for a title, right?
Right here. I would have paused. Could have been better. We had a Vegemite sandwich. Remember those?
Yeah. Yeah, you do remember that.
I'll tell you what, I had a
brought
bonsai
that,
burger
right?
today. I hope I have 1,000 bonsai burgers before I have my next Vegemite sandwich. It was not memorable. A lot of people don't know this guy used to play rugby at one point and weighed 210 when he played. And now he competes at 145. I mean, I'm sure he rehydrates to probably 170 maybe. Yeah, so the story behind that is there used to be a fighter in the UFC who was from Australia. She's more of a Muay Thai practitioner, and she lived in Vegas for a long time. What was her name, Goze?
Jess.
Yeah, Jessica
Rose Clark.
Yep, Jessica Rose Clark. And she came and brought food. And I just remember going, this pretty good, you know? But
it wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad. It just wasn't pretty good. I told a bold-faced lie. But I just remember thinking, I don't need to have another one again in my life. And that be that. But dude, she couldn't have been nicer. She was nice. Very cool. I wish her the best. I think she's done some bare knuckle no, she said she wouldn't do bare knuckle. I think she was trying to maybe move into Hollywood a little bit. I know she's fought over a Guild promotion a couple times. So I got that right?
Yeah, but she likes doing hosting gigs. She does this like thing on Harley Davidson's. I was just talking today. So that's the first time we ever had Vegemite. The first time I ever had Popeyes was when DC brought it to the studio. And get this, I was just telling the story today. The first time I've ever had Chipotle was in this house when Michael Chandler owned it. And we did that thing where I followed him all day. You brought Chipotle. That was the first time I had ever had it.
How about Vinny Magalhaes walking in with about 1,000 free burrito cards?
We said no
in his hands.
It was a shoebox,
folks. Yeah, it was a lot.
It was a shoebox filled with just free burrito cards, and the cards were like the old Monopoly cards. You had so many of them, and we were like, we don't even know what the fuck that is. Like, what? We're cool. Little did he know.
Mm-hmm. We treated it like he was offering us free Vegemite burritos, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Like, nah, we're good, bro. That's really cool of you to offer, but nah, you know. All right, time for the main event of the evening. Who are the judges? Derek Cleary, Sal D'Amato, Chris Lee. All right, I think we're in decent hands there. Experienced refs. Sorry, judges and the ref, Mark Goddard. If Volk got knocked out as bad as he did against Topuria, you think he'd retire?
No. Nah, I don't think so. I think he likes us too much.
They got to show him the door, basically?
Yeah. Well, no, I think maybe one more.
All right. Bruce Buffer doing the introductions here. Diego Lopez feels like he's been in the octagon for about 10 minutes now.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if there's a big AC near him. He's probably like cooling down.
Did you see the video?
26 for Diego Lopez. He's 5'11", and he weighed in at 145. He's a plus 135 underdog. Say it quick, Goze.
The video of his family wishing him good luck.
Diego Lopez?
Yeah, that was really cool.
Oh, I did not see it.
He got real emotional because it was like one member after another.
All right. The Lopez introduction is done. If you could hit the like button here on the YouTube channel, that would be great. It's a thumbs up while you're at it. Hopefully we've earned a subscription from you. All you have to do is hit subscribe. It's all free. It's all easy. And what that means is you'll be, when you go to YouTube, we'll be one of your first options.
Mm-hmm.
And we're always putting up contact. In fact, after this show, after this watch along, is the UFC post fight show. I guarantee you, Silva will be there. Probably Paddy Pimblett eating pizza, burping. Who else goes? Dominic Reyes, Dana White, and the winner of this fight. And then every Monday, catch us at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific for Spinning Backlick, our weekly news show to discuss the latest news in mixed martial arts. And it's live. Noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Check it out. Myself and Goze and our colleagues from MMA Junkie, we unpack all the big stories.
I'm producing.
Also, check out Overreaction Time on Tuesdays, same time, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Let's enjoy this main event, folks. Thanks for tuning in to UFC 314 here on MMA Junkie. Don't forget, 315 is coming up next month as well. All right, they're underway. Out of the red corners, the former champ, I should say, Alexander Volkanovski. They're fighting for the UFC vacant featherweight title. Diego Lopez is out of the blue corner. So he's wearing black trunks, and Volk's wearing green tights. What are they chanting, Goze? Can you tell?
They can't.
Diego, I think. All right. Well, Volk kind of getting some kicks in, a couple to the legs, some to the body, or sorry, to the head. Everything got either blocked or just didn't have much impact. Lopez kind of winding like he was going to do something, but he decided not to. Lopez throws a nice jab. I got to get that ready. Figure it out. He's very patient right now. He's already let a minute pass by, and he hasn't really done much. He's the one that's in the middle of the octagon, and Volk's the one that's kind of circling him. Spinning back fist there by Volk. He threw a kick. Diego caught it, so he spun out of it and also threw a spinning back fist there. Nice leg kick there by Diego Lopez. God, he really towers over Volkanovski. Goes.
He does.
Almost seems like it's the theme of the night, you know? It almost looks like nice uppercut by Diego Lopez. Wow. And Diego Lopez is telling him, come on, let's go. I think Diego Lopez might have also felt the punch. But it seemed like that uppercut was nice.
Yeah, he did, but I think Lopez's uppercut was better. But he did take one as well.
And so what I was saying was it just looks like a lightweight's fighting a featherweight here. Lopez did get a lightweight fight in the UFC, I believe, when he first started out. Nice jab there by Lopez. Calf kick by Lopez. Okay,
they locked up right now.
Yeah, they did. And they both kind of swung at each other's body. I'm watching Lopez more, and it looks like he's the one that's getting the better of those little close quarter exchanges. Each guy tested each other's calf right now. Down to 240 if I want to win $510. Oh, Diego Lopez lands a decent right. Oh, overhand right lands for Volk.
That was a nice shot.
It was, yeah. Now, when Volk gets hit, he's got no hair. Hard to tell anything. When Diego gets hit, he's got that mullet going on, the hair's moving around. But that's his look, you know? Just over 2 minutes left here in round one. It's still Volk circling Diego. It's hard to say that Diego's really gotten going. Diego just threw a nice fastball. A little jab with a nice overhand right. It didn't really land, but it had some nice speed. Oh, they both just hit each other pretty good, but it looked like Diego staggered more.
Volk hit him with two, but the right hand that he finished off, I think, got him right in the button. That's kind of backed off Lopez a little bit now.
Yep. And now it looks like Volk's starting to maybe feel it a little. He's trying to throw some jabs.
Volk's got a little cut right under his right eye, or is that a scar?
Volk knows he can go 25. I think Diego's still trying to make sure he can manage that. But it's hard because this is what got him to the dance, is he blitzes people early. And so far, there hasn't really been that blitz. Oh, Volk trying to get a takedown. He's got Lopez up against the fence. He's trying to trip him. Does get the fight to the ground. Has one hook in. Doesn't look like he'll be able to get him down. Lopez is now already getting back up, but Lopez did eat a knee. Now Lopez has underhooks, and he's pressing Volk up against the cage.
Volk has a cut under his eye, and Lopez has blood coming down from his nose.
Volk's still fighting to get this takedown, but he can't seem to do it. He's got a body lock on him, but he's also using leg trip attempts, and he's not coming up with anything. But he is landing some nice elbows and punches up against the cage. Volk now does get him down, and he's on top of him. He's going after Diego Lopez with 14, 13, 12 seconds left here in round one. A lot of ground and pounds starting to come down.
Yeah.
Diego Lopez can't get silly here either.
This is a little bit vintage Volk here.
Yeah, this is a clear 10-9 for Volk. He sent a message to the young lion, and Lopez is getting up kind of like, damn, what ran over me right now?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't want to suggest that he was close to finishing him, but it was a clear 10-9, and it was a good, strong finish to a round by Volk. I think Diego Lopez has to make a decision here. You know, again, what got under the dance was that aggression, and he just never really got going. Now he's got a slight swelling underneath his right eye. He's listening to his coach, but I'm telling you, the end of that round, he felt that ground and pound from Volkanovski, and you could tell that that wasn't in the program. Okay, let's look at live betting. Volk banks that round, so I imagine he's favored here. See what the odds are. Minus 450 for Volkanovski, plus 300 for Diego Lopez.
Kind of a different look on Lopez's face here in this round. Volk seems dialed in.
So yeah, minus 450 for Volk, plus 300 for Diego Lopez. Volk starting off with kicks. He's got a lot of confidence, a lot of swag. It's almost like the old Volk's back, not the one that got manhandled by Topuria and Makhachev. And again, Lopez hasn't put any fear into him because other than a few exchanges, I mean, you could tell there's speed there and some power, but, you know, I think Volk figures, well, I'm going to have to take that. If that's all I got to take every round, I should survive this. I think Diego Lopez has to get a little busier, Goze.
I think so too. It's tough right now. Like Volk's defense is nice and tight. He's picking and choosing the spots, and when he does let his hands go, they're genuinely landing. There was a nice 1-2 from Volkanovski. Lopez seems like kind of a younger fighter that may be a little in over his head right now.
Okay, nice leg kick there by Volk. Lopez hit him with an overhand right. 3:33 left here in round two. Volk still circling. He's fighting out of the orthodox stance, and so is Diego Lopez. And Volk is circling to his right.
This is all pretty much boxing, right? Not a whole lot of kicks been getting thrown in this fight.
And Diego is not really extending his punches. He's not really following through on his punches. He's kind of pulling them back a little bit. 3 minutes left here in round two. Still not too much from from Lopez. It's Volk that's looking for spots, trying to mix up striking and grappling. He just went for a takedown and missed. Credit to Diego Lopez for that. Volk's back at it, though. Kind of throwing some jabs out there, feeling the distance. Lopez is just a step behind. Looked like he wanted a kick, but he was on the receiving end of a jab before he could get the kickoff. Now, remember, Volk, even though he's shorter, I remember they always said he had long arms, so he's got probably a reach like Lopez. I missed what their reaches were. I'll look it up here in between rounds. But that's why you can get that jab out there. Oh, nice jab there by Volk.
Nice
Sorry,
when
by
he throws
Lopez.
it. When he throws it, it's effective. It backs Volk up.
Yeah.
2 minutes left in round 2. This round still feels like it's up in the air. Anybody could take it.
But right now, I think it's a Volk round.
It's the Volk round for now, yeah.
Volk goes for a kick to the body. Inside leg kick by Volk. Overhand right by Volk. Really hurts Lopez. Lopez fell back to the fence, but it kept him up. Volk sees an opportunity. Instead of following it up with punches, he's now got a body lock on Lopez. And Lopez is fighting it off right here. I thought Volk maybe might want to come in with some punches, but instead he's choosing to put him against the fence. Lopez is out. They're back to the center of the octagon with 1:15 left in round 2.
Nice jabs from Volk. 2 of
Very
them
nice
just landed.
jab.
A little bit more blood coming out of Volk's right eye now.
I mean, at some point you got to win rounds too. Not only do you have to last all 25 minutes, but what's the point of getting there if it's 50-45, right? You
Yeah.
got to win rounds. This round is up for grabs. Volk's leading it, but some nice, well-timed punches by Lopez could win it back. But as I say that, Volk's already landed 2 stinging jabs. There's 40 seconds left here in round 2. And Lopez just isn't throwing. And now
Nice.
Volk again with some nice hooks that get in. Looked like one got in on the side of the neck, kind of. Lopez still calling him in. He keeps calling him in. I'm not sure why. It's not like he's made him pay the price for anything yet.
He's just
Alexa
like,
Grasso's uncle, Francisco Grasso's his coach.
oh,
Big overhand right there by Diego Lopez. Knocks down Volkanovski. Can he win this round? That might have won him the round, Goze.
I
That
think
was the
so.
most damaging blow of the round. It was late, and he didn't do much before that, but he knocked Volkanovski down. Yee, we got a fight. It could be 1-1. Oh, Joe Rogan thinks Volk still might have won it. I don't know. Damage is really at the forefront here in mixed martial arts judging.
He had the lead for sure, but that's like a really damaging blow. There was like 3 of them. He knocked him on his ass. It might have been, I mean, it might have been enough to bring him back, but
let's see what the live bets are or live betting situation is. They got knowledgeable people that are also oh, look at that. That knocked him down. See, Volk knocked Lopez back, and what held him up was the fence. But remember, this also happened at the end of the fight, or at the end of the round, excuse me.
there was follow-up after that too.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think this one could be 1-1, man. I can't seem to get a live bet odds here. Let's see what some of the scores are that come in. Give me 3 names, Goze. Whose scorecards are they gonna show? I'm gonna say Nick Baldwin, Korean John, and Henry Cejudo.
Baldwin for sure, Bronstetter, and
Sean Sheehan. It's like they have like 6 on their roster. It's the same 6 guys all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Scott Fontana. He knows the scoring. He says 2018. Still gave it 10-9 to Volk. Nobody else is volunteering scores. People are just telling us this is a fight.
If
We're
Theo
witnessing
Von
a
thought
fight.
if Theo Von thought that last fight was a war, what the hell is this? He must be losing his mind.
3:48 left here in round 3, and some circling going on. Inside leg kick there by Volk, 2 of them. Lopez hasn't gotten back to the heavy artillery just yet. Okay, well, sorry, Lopez just threw a nice 1-2. Volk did have a look when he got knocked down, like, damn, like I don't know if he was mad that he got knocked down or that he might have lost the round because of that, because he was on his way to securing it for sure. Although one score that came in did already give it to him, but we'll see.
Let me ask you a separate question here, George. Do you think either one of these guys would have beat Tuporia if that was Tuporia in the cage?
No.
Me neither. I think Volk would have done better, but it wouldn't have been enough.
I think Toporia's misplayed his hand. The only part that Lopez just buzzed his chin again. But Volk is still up. It only looked momentary for a sec, but he landed it on the chin for sure. Topuria gets pay-per-view points when you defend. Those are the big paychecks. If he were to move up and fight for the title, I'm sure he'd get a good payday, but unless he wins the title and defends, it's not going to be like what he was making now. I would have stuck around and maybe fight Lopez. I think Lopez would have been a high-grossing fight for him. Lopez just has great power, man. He's landing punches, jabs right now.
I wouldn't be shocked, George, if Volkanovski's orbital bone is broken.
Maybe. And here's another thing, just to finish out the Topuria thing. He might not even get the title shot, although he said that they told him he'd get it. So who knows? It's not like you can really back the UFC into a corner. I think if he were to reveal transcripts, yeah, sure, the UFC would catch a lot of heat for it, but I don't think they care.
Mm.
And if they don't give it to him and they give it to Gagey, like what we're hearing, then Toporia's like, he's got to fight a lightweight, like it might even say that they don't believe him that he's having trouble making weight. Because saying you're struggling to make weight is important. You got to take that serious. And if someone tells you that and they're willing to give up the belt, they got to be serious about it, right? All right, back to this. We got a minute left here in round 3. What you've heard is basically it. Lopez kind of landing some of the bigger punches, but they haven't exchanged as much like they did in round 2, it seems like.
Not with any accuracy.
I'm giving this round to Lopez.
Both guys have gotten away from their jabs, too.
Now there's only 35 seconds left. Spinning back kick by Diego Lopez. Kind of missed, though. Overhand right there lands for Volk. Then he follows it up with a jab. But Lopez hits him with a right hook and then a kick. He backed Volk off. 10 seconds left. I think this is a Lopez round unless Volkanovski does something, and it looks like he's not gonna. Here it comes. The right hand. Gets him right there.
They both hit each other.
Yeah. Okay, so Goze. Round 1 was clearly Volk. Round 2, we thought could be Diego Lopez, but some people said 2-0 Volk. Round 3, that's Diego Lopez, right?
It's close. I'd lean towards Diego, yeah.
All right. I don't think it's 3-0 Volk.
Nah.
But I think it being 2-1 Diego might be asking a lot as well. Because we're giving him every conceivable break in the judging criteria, But I'll tell you one thing. If either guy wins these next 2 rounds, I think that pretty much solidifies the fight. Because I think there's enough's taking place, So if you can bank these next 2 along with winning one of the first 3, which I know clearly Volk has, you probably win the fight. That's the best way to just look at it that way. If no one's getting finished here, bank these 2 rounds, clear 10-9s. Neither guy looks like they're struggling with cardio. They're both breathing out of their nose. Phil Murphy says 30-27 Volk.
No, I got to disagree.
Adam Martin says 29-28 Volk. Sean Sheehan says 30-27 Volk. Wow. 30-27 for Scott Fontana as well. Okay, then that changes things. Diego Lopez might just need a finish, Goze.
I think he got one of those rounds for sure.
But what he can't do is win close rounds anymore. Like, he's got to solidify 4 and 5 and hope the judges give him 1, 2, or 3. I mean, it's vacant, so it's not like a draw. You know, not that there's a 10-8 or there's been a point been deducted, but
oh, nice right hand by Volk.
yeah, they're throwing here. They're throwing. Now, neither guy's really, they're landing, but neither guy's been affected. 3:37 left here. Nice exchange there. Volk not getting away from the kicks yet. Lopez lands a nice calf kick. Rogan saying Lopez should have thrown more leg kicks starting earlier in the fight. We're in round 4.
I can agree with that.
Rogan's talking about Lopez. We have yet to even see any of the grappling. He's a great grappler. It's true.
Volk's eye looks nasty, man.
They just do some punches right now, but nothing really landed for either guy. Nothing that I don't think causes the judges to really take notice. They're feeler punches.
Do you see every time Lopez gets close where Volk's hand goes, what he's covering up? I think that eye is hurt. I think Diego needs to throw that jab right into that eye over and over.
Well, he definitely has boxing people in his corner. Even if Lopez wins, I can't hit my parlay because I had it under 3.5 rounds. Oh, okay. Lopez just hit him in that eye, Goes like you said, and he's hurt Volk because Volk just went for a takedown. I'd be shocked if he can see. I'd be shocked if he can see. And I think Goddard's taking notice. It looks like he's really, really hurting in that eye, and he's circling away from it. I'd be shocked if he can even clearly see out of both eyes. But now he's swinging back like it's maybe clearing up. Both eyes are really, really dotted up. And Lopez is hunting him down with 140 left. Okay, he seems to be back and gathered. But he was covering up almost like as if to say, I can't see. And then he was circling away. And he was kind of tripping over his feet there for a second. But now he seems to have recovered a little bit.
I think he's going to claim like a poke or something on the left thigh.
But Lopez has stopped touching it. He should keep touching it with the stinging jab. Both eyes look like they're hurt on Volk's face. And remember, we kind of need a finish here, possibly. Volk throws an overhand right, and Lopez counters. Volk with a nice stinging jab of his own. Lopez letting him off the hook a little bit with 47 seconds left in round 4. It's not beautiful footwork, but it's effective. He just keeps circling away from Lopez's power punch. Lopez is doing a poor job of kind of like cutting it off. He just keeps chasing him in that circle. Every once in a while, Volk decides to come in and throw some hooks. He always finishes with a big overhand right. He hasn't really landed the money punch yet.
Mm-hmm.
He's leading the strike count, Volkanovski is. But see, Lopez was the more effective puncher. But he's losing the strike count 26-14 in this round.
That right hand.
Lopez is the one that's hurt him. And that happened in that one round too, where he wasn't as active, but he landed the one that knocked him down. That's why it's hard to believe that people have him losing 30-27.
See, he thought that was a poke, but that was a glove. That was a punch.
Ooh, the uppercut was right in the eye, Goze. Yeah.
That him in the jaw, though, doesn't it?
Let's see if we can hear something. Okay, his eyes aren't puffing up, but they are damaged. But he can't. Oh, he's got a big cut there on the side of his eye. I don't think they will stop the fight over that. He says, "I'm starting to get my eyesight back." Wow. They're gonna high five. They're gonna start round 5. The crowd's into it.